All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is file case CBC 2020-06. The Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
I note for the record that all accused are present in court today. Today we will continue to hear the evidence of the Thaçi defense witness 1DW006. Before we start hearing the evidence of the witness, there are some preliminary matters the panel would like to address. First, an oral order. The panel recalls that at yesterday's hearing, the Thaçi defense tendered for admission a document which the panel marked for identification as MFI 1D00388. The SPO objected to its admission since the document is a written statement given by a witness and should therefore be tendered pursuant to Rules 153 and 155. The panel defense in turn replied that the Thaçi defense in turn replied that the concerned statement is not subject to Rules 153 to 155 as it was not taken in the context of a criminal proceeding, referring to the definition used by the panel in F03340. This is at pages 104 to 105 of yesterday's live transcript. As previously reiterated by this panel, Rules 153 and 155 are legis specialis in respect of the evidence that comes within the scope of the notion of a written statement given by a witness. See, for example, F01852, paragraph 10. Where the proposed evidence qualifies as a statement, it must therefore be offered pursuant to one of these rules so as to ensure that a party cannot circumvent the particular safeguards provided for the admission of witness evidence. The panel observes that Rules 153, 155 do not limit their scope to written statements given by witnesses in the context of a criminal investigation or criminal proceedings. In respect of the panel's wording in F03340, the panel notes that the word proceeding is not limited to criminal proceedings. In support of this, the panel directs the parties and participants to filings F01700, paragraph 68, F01552, paragraph 8, and F00334, paragraphs 84 to 87 in Case 7, which are all referenced in footnote 34 of F03340. For the purpose of Rules 153 and 155, it suffices that the concerned statement is testimonial in nature and was given in relation to legal proceedings. In this instance, there is no question that the proposed item constitutes a written statement of a witness. MFI 1D00388 is clearly marked Witness Statement of Squadron Leader Anthony Quinn and was given before the High Court of Justice, Queens Bench Division. Accordingly, the panel finds that the concerned statement falls within the definition of statements within the meaning of Rules 153 to 155. Therefore, the panel considers that no prejudice arises by MFI 1D00388 not being admitted into evidence, as the Thaçi defense was given ample possibility to put relevant passages of that statement for comments of the witness and elicit further evidence from him on those points. For these reasons, the panel rejects the request for admission of MFI 1D00388 and directs CMU to vacate the document's MFI status. This concludes the panel's oral order. Second, the panel notes that so far, the amount of time used to cross-examine the first three defense witnesses by the other defense teams has been well below the times initially estimated. The panel therefore requests that the parties exercise greater diligence in providing time estimates for future witnesses. In this respect, the panel reminds the parties that throughout these proceedings, it has been flexible with respect to their requests for additional time to examine witnesses. We will now continue with the evidence of Thaçi witness 1DW006. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
Today we will continue with your testimony.
Thank you.
I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We will now continue with the cross-examination by the SPO. Mr. Holling, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
So, as the judge said, I will be continuing with my questions this morning.
We have a technical problem. No transcript is up.
Sorry. It says it cannot open. Mike Charles.
All right, go ahead. Sorry for the interruption.
Sorry, it's gone.
Wait,
It's gone.
I was going to say you were magic, but apparently not.
You have to stay here.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I was saying, I will continue with my questions for you this morning. We'll see if we can finish by the 11 o'clock break. Now, just to go back to where we were at the end of yesterday, we were finishing yesterday talking about the extent of the zone commander's involvement at the 17 June 1999 undertaking negotiations, and Ramush Haradnai in particular. To start today, can you give the names of every zone commander there that day which you can remember?
Forgive me. The answer is no. Obviously, you deal with this every day. I haven't dealt with this in this level of detail for 26 years. You know, I can remember some of the very key people like Remy, Harrod and I, but if you showed me the picture, which we saw on the video, you can see who is there. As to their individual names, 26 years on, I'm sorry, I can't remember.
When talking about Ramush Haradnai yesterday, you said he was, as far as you could recall, there the entire time, and you also said that he was part of the more restrictive group invited to the post-meeting banquet. You remember this from yesterday?
Yes.
I'd like to go back now to that Ramush Haradnai 2001 interview that we were looking at yesterday. So if we could pull up again SPOE 000-53072 to 000-53080, and we can just start there for a moment. So we'll start on page SPOE 000-53080. And thank you, Madam Court Officer, for putting the accompanying Albanian. Just to orient you, this is the subsection of the interview on the transformation of the KLA. Now, Ramush Haradnai doesn't have any discussion in this subsection about the 19 June negotiations specifically, but he does say something else about the 17th that I wanted to show you. If we could now go to SPOE 000-53082. Now, we talked yesterday about the left side of this page. Let's continue from the bottom and then go to the right. So it says you started talking about Jakub Krasniqi's reaction, and then on the next page on the right, the next column on the right, it says the following. Jakub Krasniqi reacted to the wording of the demand not to disarm armed groups, but to talk about the Kosovo Liberation Army. I spoke there too and said that we should talk about transformation, not disarmament. Then everyone spoke, including General Ceku, who was very adamant. He stressed that given the circumstances, our heritage and other factors, we would transform, lose the liberating role we had in the war, but we would want to continue as a structure to help rebuild and develop Kosovo, and of course, help our people's aspirations for a future defense mechanism in Kosovo. The beginnings of negotiations for the transformation of the KLA took place at this meeting in Berisha. I got angry during this first meeting because of what I heard, and I left the meeting. I only attended one session and never went back again. Now, witness, in addition to what Ramush Haradnai says here about getting angry and not coming back, he's also not in the banquet footage that you were shown yesterday. Is it possible that you're mistaken that Ramesh Radnai was present for the entire duration of the negotiations?
You assert that he isn't in the picture of the banquet, as it's called. Could we perhaps have another look at that?
Certainly. If we can go to 1D 287, and the timestamp that was played from you yesterday was 5 minutes 48 seconds to 6 minutes 29 seconds. And because we're just looking at the video, there's no need to have a transcript for this particular section.
Probably have a touch of bronchitis.
He's not in the footage, is
He's
he?
not in the footage. That's correct.
So I'll ask my previous question again. Is it possible that you're mistaken that Ramesh Radnai was present for the entire duration of the negotiations?
It depends what you're defining. I mean, I'm not quite sure what your point is about this, if I may say so. What he says in the book is a pretty accurate description of what happened in the negotiations. Then the banquet happened afterwards. As I said, that's an important part of discussions, but it's not negotiations. Negotiations are when you're looking at the text and discussing a text and the ideas about it. The breaking of bread, as I described it, is a discussion, free-ranging, frank, but not in any structured way. So it's not a negotiation. It's a way to exchange views, to sort things out frankly, but it's not, as you can see quite clearly, it's not one person leading the discussion. It's a series of people talking about various things and expressing views. It's an important part of the process, but it's not the negotiation. The negotiation took place, as you saw earlier in the picture, in a particular room where we had the text. We exchanged views in a structured manner with interpretation. There's no interpretation, for example, at the banquet, as it's called. It was a more free-ranging discussion. But I'm not quite sure what your point is. I hope that gives you a feel for what I experienced.
Thank you, witness. Your Honors, we'd ask to admit Ramesh Radnai's answers on the translation of the KLA, of which the current page is part. The range is SPOE 000-53080 to 000-53085. This should be admitted with its full context. It goes to the reliability of the witness's recollections, and the inference is made about the extent of the involvement of the zone commanders in the negotiations.
Any objection?
Your Honour, we don't object the specific part that was put to the witness to be omitted into evidence, but anything else we would object to. And also, we object to the framing by Mr. Halling. It's what Mr. Halling is framing as purported answers, not his answers. And in Mr. Halling's question, I note that he didn't go to the part of the video that this witness says happened on the 19th.
Your Honor, we don't know how else to show that the 19th negotiations aren't discussed in this section other than by tendering the 6 pages.
SPOE 00053 53080 to 53085 is admitted.
Your Honor, that will be signed Exhibit P 4493 and public, right?
Correct. Now, witness, we just saw part of the video yesterday from the 17th. I want to now go to the part of that video about the negotiations themselves. Now, you were shown that whole section of the video, and you were asked who you could identify. You recognized yourself, General Cheku, General John Reith, Ramesh Haradanai. You said Remy you think was there, and other names you could not remember. And this is from page 49 of the real-time transcript yesterday. I want to now try and be a little bit more specific about people in the video and what you remember about them. We can start with an easy one. Can we go to timestamp 3 minutes, 7 seconds? Now, the people that are just off to the center of the shot, and the person kind of at the back of the table, is that General John Reith?
Underneath the pillar, if you see the brown part sitting next to me, is General John Reith.
Right, and you already answered my next question. You're sitting just to his right,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
No, to his left.
Oh, I apologize. To the right of the photo, to the left at the orientation of the table. If we can now go to the 5-minute mark. I want to focus on the gentleman in the center. Who is that?
It's General Cheku.
And who is the person seated to his left, to the right in the photograph?
Mr. Krasniki.
Okay. Now, Agim Cheku and Jakub Krasniqi, were they zonal or regional commanders?
Could you make this clear, what you're actually wanting me to say? The answer, the simple answer is yes. They are not, sorry, beg your pardon, no, of course they're not. You know this, I know this, everybody knows this. So I'm not quite clear what the purpose of your question
Witness,
is.
first of all, just answer the question.
I beg your pardon, Mr. President.
Yes. The purpose of my questions is beyond the scope of what we are asking you to do. It's just that you said no, they're not zone commanders. That's actually all that I needed to know. I would now like to go to 447 in the video. Now, witness, there's a gentleman that's about to come into the shot. I'm going to actually play the video for about 10 seconds. And I want to ask you a question at the end of that about the person that you'll see in this next section. So if we could play from here to 0457 on the tape.
We will come to you, Ian.
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe in Pristina, if you agree with them, just.
That gentleman who is now on the far left of the still, do you know who that is?
I do not recall who it is.
Do you know if that's a zone commander?
Since I do not recall who it is, I cannot say whether he is or is not.
Does the name Bislam Zarapi mean anything to you?
After 26 years, as I've explained to you, the individual names of the commanders, I cannot recall.
If we can now go to a still at minute mark 0423. This gentleman in the blue and black striped shirt, who is that?
We have wandered into a sensitive area, Mr. President. I know who this gentleman is, and he is a person of particular interest to us, was, but I'm not sure that I'm prepared to or able to reveal who he was.
Witness, would it assist to go into private session for me to ask this question?
I doubt it.
Witness, yesterday you were talking about Zavit Haliti. That's Zavit Haliti, isn't it?
That is not the gentleman that I was told was Zavit Haliti, who was at the meeting in Tirana.
The person in the blue and black striped shirt, do you know if they're a zone commander?
Could we go into private session and then I can perhaps explain something here?
Certainly fine from our side, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Your Honour.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you. You may go ahead.
Now, witness, without revealing any of the information you just provided us into private session, is it possible just to say yes or no as to whether you are aware, was this person a zone commander?
Not as far as I recall.
If we can now go to 4 minutes, 6 seconds in the video. This gentleman in the center of the screen, do you know who this is?
I do not know his name, but I know who he is. I beg your pardon for translators. I do not know his name, but I know who he is.
Who is he?
Is one of the senior members, as I recall, of the police intelligence function.
How did you know that?
I cannot reveal that.
And if I put it to you that this was Kadri Vaseli, do you have any reason to dispute that?
I have no reason to dispute it.
So, witness, there were quite a number of people at this meeting on the 17th of June that you either knew were not zone commanders or you did not know their precise functions. Is that correct?
It's entirely possible.
This can be taken off the screen. I would now like to ask one follow-up question about a picture that the defense showed you yesterday. And if we could have 1D 385 on the screen. Now, you briefly put on the record which people in this photograph you said were zone commanders and which were not. It was not entirely clear from the transcript yesterday whether the gentleman on the far left was, in your understanding, a zone commander. Could you just answer that question?
Which left? I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Yes.
Are we talking about the left of the picture or on the as they are standing?
Excellent question. I'm referring to the left of the photograph. So if you see the gentleman in the suit in the photograph, the person to his left in the photo, it's, from our perspective looking at the photo.
Sorry, I'm still slightly confused. Can I just explain who I think were the zone commanders? I beg your pardon.
We're having a technical problem again. You may continue. Sorry about the interruption. Maybe ask the question over again.
Yes. Now, maybe I can make this simpler. Now, you said yesterday in the photograph that you thought one of the people was Remy. Can you describe which person in the photo you think is Remy?
Counting from the right as the picture here, the man in the sweatshirt is, I believe, one of the zone commanders. I seem to recall his face. Remy is the man standing immediately to his right. Then the person, I don't know I cannot remember who that person was. And then there's another zone commander whose name I don't recall, standing next to him, so on the extreme left of the picture.
Right, and it was that last gentleman that I was asking about. Witness, are you familiar with the name Nuri Bechetti?
As I've said to you already, the names of the zone commanders after 26 years, and their Albanian names, I can't remember which they were. I think, if I may comment on the line of questioning, because it confuses me slightly. You're asking me whether I can identify individual people. That was not what I was doing there. I was not there going, well, we've got all the zone commanders. I have said, Cheku had told me, we have to have the zone commanders there. That's what he told me. So I had a natural assumption that he had all his zone commanders. And if he hadn't got any, he'd tell me, I'm missing one of my zone commanders. But it's not particularly germane to ask me if I recognize them all. I'm sorry, I can't understand that.
You're going to have to just answer the questions as they're asked.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I am slightly confused as to how I'm supposed to answer
Just
this.
listen to the question carefully, then there's a reason.
Thank you.
Yes. And witness, in terms of names and whether any names refresh your recollection, there's a page from a book that I actually would like to show you to see if any of the names refresh your recollection.
Please do.
If we could go to P1264, and specifically page SPOE 00128-903. Witness, just for context as to what this is a book of an Albanian journalist named Nuhi Batucci, who claims to have been at the negotiations on 19 June 1999, and he rattles off at one point in his book the names of the people there. And I'll show you the section and read the names. And so we'll start where it says meetings in Berisha Mountains and the toast at KLA SHP General Staff in Divyaka. And this is just to orient you, where he says, on 19 June, we went with Abaz to the Berisha Mountains at Shatiri, where a part of the Kosovo Provisional Government was operating. Prime Minister Hashim Thaçi had arrived by helicopter from Tirana with the spokesman of the U.S. Department of State, James Rubin. If we could now turn the page to SPOE 00128-904. At the KLA SHP headquarters in Divyaka, Abbas and I exchanged warm greetings with the main leaders of the Kosovo Liberation Provisional Government and the Kosovo Liberation Army. There, in addition to Hashim Thaçi, we met with Jakub Krasniqi, member of the government cabinet, General Agim Ceku, who had been the member of the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff, Fatmir Limaj, Kosovo Deputy Defense Minister, Zavit Haliti, one of the founders of the KLA and member of the KLA SHP, and who was currently heading the Kosovo office in Tirana, Recep Salimi, Minister of Order, Kadri Veseli, head of the Kosovo Intelligence Service, Rambuya, local government minister, Suleiman Salimi, Kosovo Guard Commander, Bizim Zarapi, Salih Veseli, who were members of the KLA SHP, Pastrik Operational Zone Commander Tahir Sinani, Drenica Operational Zone Commander Sami Lushtaku, Hazi Shala, Nuri Bishetti, Ferhat Shala, Ami Rachika, Mensur Kasumi, Diliver Gotsai, Numan Balic, and other military and government officials. Witness, note that Ramu Charadnai is not named in this list, but who in this list of names do you know?
Again, you put me in a difficult position. The Kosovo side did not introduce at any stage who they were. So these people may or may not have been there. I had no means to know whether they were part of the Kosovo delegation.
But many of these individuals you've named already that you're familiar with. Hashim Thaçi, you know, yes?
Yes, indeed.
Agim Ceku,
Yes.
Jakub Krasniqi.
Yes.
You mentioned knowing the name of Zavit Haliti.
There, as we discussed, there was a person who was introduced to me as that name at the meeting in Tirana.
Now, to the best of your recollection, of all the names of the people in this page that you'd know, were they all at the negotiations on 19 June?
As I say, I simply can't say who was or was not there in this level of detail, because I wasn't focusing on who was there. The key people we were discussing it with are the ones you've just mentioned, and the rest were not introduced to us. They did not do a tour de table saying this is so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so. So I have no way of knowing whether any of these, who these people were, whether or not they were there or not. It's not something that I would know.
I understand. At one point in the 19 June negotiations, and you discussed this yesterday, you pushed everyone out of the room and you had a discussion with, as I understand it, Hashim Thaçi, Agim Cheku, General Reith, James Rubin, and yourself. Was that the full list of attendees?
That's as I recall it.
And those are the people you considered to be the key players from the KLA side in the negotiations.
Those were the people who intervened in the discussions on the 19th of June. Those were the people who clearly the people who were the main interlocutors that we were interfacing with.
Just to make sure that my question got answered, so these are the people you consider to be the key players?
I'm trying to answer your question the best I can. The way you phrase it is important. The words of this are important. And I gave you the alternative, and that is my answer.
Well, why don't we go to paragraph 51 of your statement?
Your Honours, before this document comes down, I'm being told there's a translation error from the Albanian, in that it's actually written Agim Cheku, who was the chief of the General Staff of the KLA, not somebody who had been the member of the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff.
Duly noted. If we could now go to the statement of the witness, paragraph 51. So again, the ERN for the record is DHT 11893 to DHT 11909. And witness, you said the words in this respect are important, so I want to go to the exact words
By all means.
of your statement. You said at the beginning here, at one point, I had to halt the main discussions for a private meeting with the key players, in which I spelt out the political importance of the undertaking as a, if not the, key step along the path towards an independent Kosovo. That's what you said, isn't it?
And by key players, I meant the people who were most active and were our principal interlocutors in the discussions. That's what I meant.
And from your evidence yesterday, the zone commanders were not in that discussion.
I'm sorry, can you be more precise? In the 17 or the 19 June?
In the 19 June discussion that you were having with that smaller group, when you cleared the room, the zone commanders were not part.
They were not.
Now if we can go back to the video, 1D287, and we'll pause at timestamp 39, please. Now, witness, you said in your evidence yesterday, this was footage from 19 June 1999 and not 17 June, even though the timestamp says 17 June, and Hashim Thaçi is actually not visible in the outside part of the footage. But you were explaining that you considered this to be the conversation after that discussion with the main people in the negotiation. Now, my first question is, if this is the 19th of June, you're wearing the same clothes as you're wearing on the parts of this video that you've confirmed are on the 17th of June. Can you explain why the outfit's the same?
That was the clothes I wore for the negotiation. I was not at home.
But they're not your only clothes, because you were wearing a red tie when the undertaking was signed, isn't that right?
And the reason I did that was because I had reverted to my formal role as a political advisor and not as a member of the military delegation. It was an optical signal.
And I appreciate that there are people in this part of the video that are wearing uniforms, but just to focus on someone else in civilian clothes, if we can go back to the 0423 timestamp mark. and to focus again on our gentleman who on the 17th of June is wearing this blue and black striped shirt. If we could now go to the 06:25 mark of the video. Witness, you see the same gentleman in the middle of the screen wearing the same shirt, yes?
Yes,
And that's also on the 17th of June.
that is.
Now if we go to 3 minutes, even, witness, we see this same gentleman wearing the same shirt on what you say is the 19th. Everyone is actually wearing the same clothes across all 3 parts of the footage. Can you explain, was everyone sending optical signals?
No. Let's be honest about what was going on. We are in a war zone. We don't carry different clothes with us. You know, amongst the sensory perceptions, as I mentioned to you earlier, was the smell of battle that most people had on them. We're not, you know, we're not traveling in 4-star hotels. We're out in a war zone. Of course, people are wearing the same clothes for more than one day at a time, as I was indeed myself. So I don't see that there's really any issue about people wearing the same clothes over a period of days. And indeed, there was opportunity to have washed the clothes on the previous day, the 18th, between the 2 discussions. So I really don't see that this is a major factor as to why they, you know, why I've said that the pictures are slightly misleading because they've been cut in a particular way, and the date stamp doesn't necessarily apply to what you are seeing.
Now, witness, in your preparation session, you were shown a later part of this video. If we could go to timestamp 0907 of this same exhibit. And if we can just play for just a moment. Witness, you recall seeing this from the preparation session?
Yes, indeed.
And what is this?
This is Jamie Rubin.
And you said in your preparation session that this timestamp in the video, 19 June, is correct.
It is.
Thank you. The video can be taken off the screen. Going to the negotiations themselves on the 19th of June. You said in your testimony yesterday, this is at real-time transcript page 56, that the negotiations went on all day. These were detailed and lengthy discussions, correct?
Negotiations lasted 13 hours, almost non-stop.
I want to focus for a moment on the signature block specifically.
Yes, by all means.
And if we could go to your statement at paragraphs 57 and 58 on the evolution of the signature block. Now, witness, am I correct that at paragraph 57, this is exactly how the signature block looked on the 18th of June, and then at paragraph 58, exactly how it looked on the 19th of June?
It's exactly as it would have looked.
So the commander-in-chief title is not part of the Agincheku signature block. It gets put in when Hashim Thaçi's name changes.
That's correct.
Now, these draft versions of the signature block that are reproduced in your statement here, did you give these documents to the Thaçi defense?
I beg your pardon. What do you mean?
These draft versions of the signature block of the undertaking, was this something that you showed the defense in the context of your interview?
No, this is a essentially what I did when we compiled this was I took I knew what it said. So I worked backwards, right. The final version said offered by Hashim Thaçi, Commander-in-Chief, accepted by. That's what the undertaking says in its final version, which we all have. So I said to them, look, the way this had worked on the 18th of June was the names are replaced as follows, and the phraseology at the bottom is as follows. So it would have looked like this. So that's how we did it. I don't think there are any documents in any official sources of the drafts as they evolved. And sadly, the person who worked as our secretary, Captain Toval, took his life about 10 years ago. So there is no one else who will remember, apart from perhaps John Reith, how this actually evolved in such detail.
Thank you. Your Honors, this is an unusual part of a witness statement in that it's actually a visual representation of something. And the witness has described that visual representation. We see value in admitting it as a kind of photograph. So we would ask that paragraphs 57 and 58 of the statement be captured by the court officer and admitted as an SPO exhibit.
Any objection?
We do, if you can just give me a moment. Your Honour, we do object. I understand that the SPO has taken a position previously that you cannot admit witness statements on cross-examination, and that is exactly what they're trying to do here.
We are only tendering the visual representation of the signature block.
It's the same thing. It's coming from, it's not a visual representation. This is part of his statement. It's 2 paragraphs drafted in a statement. It is a witness statement. The way Mr. Hanning is framing it is disingenuous.
So if, Mr. Vacoli, if the prosecution were to type that document and present it to the witness, would it be admissible?
The prosecution can't give evidence, Your Honour.
I haven't said give evidence. I'm saying if they were to retype what's on the screen and show it to the witness, would that become admissible?
In effect, that would be giving evidence because they don't have that information. That information is from Mr. Duncan and from his witness statement.
Madam Court Officer, please mark this tender as MFI. You can take the screenshot, but then mark it MFI.
Your Honor, that would be MFI at P4493.
Thank you. And this can be taken down. Turning now to the 20th of June, 1999, and the last push in the undertaking negotiations. You talked in your examination yesterday about the final discussions with Hashim Thaçi and Agim Cheku. Agim Cheku and Jakub Krasniqi were there at the moment of the signing of the undertaking. Is that right?
Agim Cheku was certainly there. Krasniqi possibly. I suspect he was, but I cannot honestly remember if he was there.
It was actually the end of the video that was played for you yesterday. If we can just confirm that. P2519 is the video, and I believe the video stopped at still 0109 when it was played for you yesterday. If we could just look at that. So it's timestamp 1 minute, 9 seconds. So,
Yep, he's there.
yes, and
They
so when
should-
you say he's there, just to confirm for the record, Agim Chekwe and Jaakko Kresnici are both present at the
Yep,
signing.
there's a British general whose name I can't remember either. It's just standing behind them, but I recognize him.
I understood from the evidence that you gave yesterday that the KLA signature block was settled on the 19th of June, 1999, correct?
Could you be explicit? What do you mean by settled?
So what is now the MFI picture of the 19th, that was the final side for the KLA of their part of the signature block. That was the final language.
That was the final draft, as I can put it like that, that went to NATO.
And then on the 20th, it's the NATO side of the signature block that's subject of the last
That's
discussions.
right, yes.
Now, there's one last video I'd like to play for you, and then we can take a break. If we could put on the screen now 076563B, Part 7, and if we can do that in a 50-50 with the transcript, which is P742.7-ET. And the timestamp on the video to be played will be from the 1 minute 12 second mark to 2 minutes 54 seconds. And the part of the transcript to be shown is page 1, line 20, to page 2, line 8. Now, witness, as this is being set up, I'll explain what it is. Hashim Thaçi gave an interview to the SPO, and in it he discussed what happened just before signing the demilitarization agreement. And you can see on the left, if we can scroll down to the bottom of the transcript page, because it'll start at line 20 and continue, you can hear the words and also see them as the excerpt is played. And so when the court officer is ready, please proceed.
Can I just confirm if this can be shown, as the video is marked confidential but the transcript public?
To make sure that there's no confusion, we wouldn't broadcast this particular, what the screen says now, but there's no issue with playing it in public session.
I'd like to move on to another document.
Before we move on to the next document, I would like to clarify something.
Please do.
The document that you presented me with earlier on, it was prepared to have been signed by Agim Čeku. It was discussed earlier on, and he, I believe, will be able to clarify the circumstances around it, why he left just before it was signed.
Just so we're clear, are you referring to Exhibit 18, the demilitarization agreement?
Që të jemi të qarta, po I referoheni provës materiale numër 18, që është marrëveshja e demilitarizimit, po.
Prandaj në momentet e fundit është ndrruar emri Çekut për zëvendësuar me timin.
Right at the last moment, Çeku's name was changed, swapped for my name.
Edhe kam mbetur. Pastaj
po nuk është
por nuk është zëvendësuar Commander-in-Chief. Nuk është ndrruar.
But the title Commander-in-Chief, the person's name was changed, but the title Commander-in-Chief was not changed. It was a messy affair. Or it was rather a lot of people and things were rushed. James Rubin, the advisor to
It continues, but we can stop there. Witness, I heard you laugh and shake your head at one point while that was being played. Hashim Thaçi said Agim Cheku left just before the undertaking was signed. That's not correct, is it?
No.
And he says that his name was swapped for Agim Cheku's name at the last moment, but that actually happened on the 19th of June.
It did.
And Hashim Thaçi said that his name was changed for Agim Cheku, but the commander-in-chief title was not changed. That's not what happened, was it?
It is not.
Your Honors, we can take the break here.
Thank you.
Your Honor, before we go on a break, can I just correct the record? The last number that was assigned to the screen capture of the 2 paragraphs from the statement should be P4494.
Thank you. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. What's your time frame, Mr. Hulling?
Still hoping to finish by 11. If it goes into the second session, we'll finish in the first half of the second session and with an estimate.
All right, Mr. Hulling.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again. Witness, I now have some questions about what I'll call military structure. Just as a starting point, there's a degree of internal disagreement within any army. Would you accept that?
Tension. Yes.
I now want to go to a couple of discrete passages of your statement. If we can go to paragraph 52 of the witness's statement, which is on page DHT 11903. You are talking here about the undertaking negotiations, and you assess that, and you can see the sentence on the top, this was not a hierarchical organization where the leader's word was unquestionable. That's your phrasing, yes?
That's right.
And then if we go to paragraph 72, you're talking at this point in the statement about Hashim Thaçi and Agim Cheku, and there's a sentence here, in all my dealings, I did not detect any of what might be described as an Albanian strongman relationship between Mr. Thaçi and General Cheku. That's again how you phrased it.
Yes.
You talked yesterday that you didn't notice a huge amount of deference from Agim Cheku to Hashim Thaçi, and you also commented on General Jackson's assessment that Thaçi was Cheku's boss. You remember that?
Indeed.
I'd like to now show you an interview that Agim Cheku gave that was published by the Institute for War and Peace Reporting. If we can go to SPOE 0040358 to 00403-544. And I'm sorry, just to correct, I got the first page. It should be SPOE 00403-538. And witness, so this is the beginning of the article in question. You can see the date just to orient you as 27 May 1999. I now want to go to page SPOE 00403-542 to see what Agim Cheku says at the end of this interview. And he says the following. Asked what he thinks will happen in Kosovo once the war is over, whether it will be independent or an autonomous region of Serbia, he responded, I am a soldier and my task is to look after the army, the situation on the battlefield, and to wage war successfully. He promised to fight until forces loyal to Slobodan Milosevic were expelled from Kosovo and to leave politics to our government headed by Hashim Thaçi. Witness, were you aware that Agim Cheku described himself as being part of a government led by Hashim Thaçi?
That's not what he does here.
Were you aware that he said he promised to fight until forces loyal to Slobodan Milosevic were expelled from Kosovo and to leave politics to our government headed by Hashim Thaçi?
That's what he says, but he's not saying I'm part of the government. If I misunderstood your question, forgive me, but that sentence says, in fact, the two sentences say I'm a professional soldier, I have a separate role, and I leave politics to our government, headed by Hashim Thaçi, which reflects what was in my evidence, which you put up on screen just before, where I said that they operated as a team. So I do my bit, you do your bit. So Agim Cheku talked about the military aspects, and Mr. Thaçi tried to insert political aspects. That's how the dynamics appeared to work. I hope that answers your question.
Almost. You've interpreted the statement, but my question was simpler. You said that's what he says. Were you aware that Agim Cheku had said this in May 1999?
No.
I'd like to show you now 1D99, and we can start on page SITF 00172-766. Now, witness, this is a statement by Lieutenant General Cheku, Chief of Staff, UCK, in September 1999, memorializing the completion of demilitarization. Did you see this, this letter at the time?
No, I don't believe I did. No, I don't believe I did. What was the timing of it?
You can see he's talking about the demilitarization. You can see as of midnight on 20 September 1999, we will see swearing the uniform with the insignia of the UCK. And if you go to the previous page, that may assist. You can see this is a cable of 21 September 1999.
And the time date group. No, I don't recall. 21 September. I don't recall this particular statement. It's not very surprising.
Mr. Haring, the date on the next page is actually under the signature, I believe.
Yes, I think it's, yes, if we can go to the next page on the bottom. And there you see it's handwritten, 20 September 1999. But on the next page, if we go forward one, if we scroll to the bottom, there is no equivalent date, but it's all from the same set of papers.
Yeah.
And it's a statement of Hashim Thaçi on the same occasion, Commander-in-Chief, UCK.
Mm-hmm.
So Agim Cheku and Hashim Thaçi's statements here, they identify their respective roles in the same terms used in the undertaking.
Exactly.
Okay. Now I want to go to the signature block again of the undertaking, P1444, and on this occasion to put the Albanian translation of the signature block also on the screen. So it's page 078204, 078204AT. If we can put that on the left side of the screen and put that same page in the English on the other side of the screen. Now, witness, we've discussed this page at great length already. I just wanted to orient you to the way that the Albanian is translated, this Komandanti I Përgjithshëm. Do you see that on the Albanian?
Yes.
I now want to show P3916, page SPOE 00228-173. And witness, just to, again, orient you, this is from a set of materials that were found at Jakub Kresnici's residence.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can see in this organogram, you see a general commander on the right side, and that is above. You see the general staff, and you also see 7 OZs on the left side. Do you see those in the organogram?
Yes.
And in the Albanian side, you see that General Commander is interpreted as Komandanti I Përgjithshëm, the same as before.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen a KLA organogram like this before?
No.
Okay, now, if we can go to P880.
Could I just make a comment, if I may, Mr. President? There's one thing that you just skipped over in the signature block. Just above the signature block, it says quite clearly, the English language version of the undertaking takes precedence. So there's no particular argument about saying that in Albanian it's slightly different or it means something else, because this was negotiated with translation and both sides had the text. But it's very clear in the undertaking that principally negotiated in English and that the English language version takes precedence, and that's, black and white. So I just comment as a help to you.
Thank you for clarifying. The exhibit, once again, is P880, and in this one, the first page of the exhibit is in Albanian, and the first page is in English, and the second page is in Albanian. Now, witness, you can see this one. It's dated 10 August 1999. It's request for carrying guns.
Mm-hmm.
And you see there's a list of names. And then if you scroll to the bottom of each page to again see the signature block here, you actually see a KLA stamp. And it says General Commander of UCK Hashim Thaçi on the right. And this term again, Komandanti I Përgjithshëm, on the left. You see that?
Yeah. Could you just remind me of the date? Apologies.
It's 10 August 1999. My question is, did you know that this title was used in other documents by Hashim Thaçi?
No, and it shouldn't have been. I remember this issue. This was as it says, in August. This is when, despite the undertaking, there was a request for certain senior members to continue to carry sidearms. And General Jackson or his staff should have spotted that this should not have come from Hashim Thaçi. It should have come from General Cheku. And it's very clear in the undertaking that that's the way the relationship is supposed to work. So, you know, this is an interesting document, but it's an attempt to continue Hashim Thaçi having a role in the KLA demilitarization, which is specifically excluded. So it should have been picked up at the time, and I really don't know whether it was. I do remember the issue coming up and why we agreed to do it.
And to be clear, you'd not seen this request
I had not
previously.
seen this request as it stands. I was told of the request by K4, and we consulted as to whether we should do it or not.
Yes, Your Honors, all the documents that we've just shown go to the reliability of the inferences the witnesses makes between Hashim Thaçi and Agim Cheku. They are not all admitted. The IWPR interview, which is SPOE 00403-538 to 00403-544, we would tender at this time, as well as the Albanian translation of the signature block, which is 078204 to 078204/AT. For the latter document, we would ask it be given a number linking it to P1444.
Mr. Haley, may I make a very brief comment?
I believe there needs to be a procedural discussion.
Sorry.
No objection.
That will be admitted, which is SPOE 00403-538 to 00403-544, and the block at 078204. Is there any more to that?
There's not, Your Honor.
Okay. Admitted.
Your Honors, for SPOE 00403-538 to 00403-544, it will be assigned Exhibit P4495, and I note it's currently classified confidential.
That one can be public. They both can be public, in fact.
And for the, excuse me, for the 078204 to 078204-AT, it will be assigned P01444_ET.
Both are reclassified as public. You may proceed.
And sorry, just to clarify with the court officer, it says on the transcript, it will be assigned P1444/ET. It's the Albanian translation of the signature block that we tendered.
Indeed, it should be _AT.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Witness, that was actually all the questions that I had about this. You said you wanted to make a brief comment. I wanted to give you the opportunity before moving on if there's anything else you'd like to say.
Thank you. When you showed my evidence, my earlier written evidence, you quickly skipped over a part, which is where it comes, I said he did not have the profile of a Balkan strongman. Now, since 1992, I had met a good number of Balkan strongmen, and I had met them in Albania, I had met them in Bosnia, and I was very familiar with the profile of that sort of person. And that's what I'm saying there, that he did not have that profile. I was very familiar with those type of people. I'd dealt with them, spoken to them, negotiated with them, and he didn't fit the profile. So that's what I'm saying there. So I hope it amplifies a little bit more for your purposes.
Understood. I now want to talk about the undertaking implementation.
Mm-hmm.
And you were talking in your evidence yesterday that there was violence that was happening because of revenge, and that there was individualized random violence. Do you remember this evidence from yesterday?
Yes, indeed.
Just as a starting point, is it your evidence that all of the violence was isolated and random, at this time in Kosovo?
We had no evidence that it was organized. I think that answers your question.
Witness, until UNMIK could take responsibility for policing, this fell to KFOR, correct?
That's correct.
And the undertaking itself envisaged how KFOR could raise breaches of the undertaking with the KLA.
That's correct.
And the way the undertaking was designed was that the senior KLA leaders had to be informed about such breaches in order to address them.
Through the JIC or various mechanisms, yes.
Yes, and actually we'll talk about the JIC in a moment, but just to go to the undertaking itself, just to see the individual parts. If we could go to P1444, page 078201, and this is paragraph 16 of the undertaking. Now, I believe you said this yesterday, but COM K4 was the authority for dealing with breaches of the undertaking, yes?
That's correct.
And this was General Mike Jackson.
That's correct.
And you see that's reflected here. The authority for dealing with breaches of this undertaking rests with COM K4. Now, you were talking in your evidence yesterday that General Jackson didn't know what was happening in the mountains. You were referring to his familiarity with the undertaking negotiations only, correct?
Yes, he was not aware in detail of what we were doing and how we were doing it. If I may be permitted, to put in the context, when I arrived at his headquarters on the 12th, therefore just before arriving, on the 13th, we were in the midst of the problem of Russian troops securing Pristina. He had seen, or I had sent him, the draft of the undertaking, but the whole thing is tied up in him trying to deploy, him having to deal with the discussion between himself and General Jackson about how to deal with the Russian problem, and me coming along saying, "Have you read my undertaking?" So let's imagine the pressure that he's under. We then had to tell him to where we'd got to after the initial 2 meetings, which we did, and tell him, request that he speak to Sergio de Mello, which he did. And then we arrived with the draft text, and he was there to sign it. But all this time, he is intensely involved in a very complex, very challenging environment. So you would expect that he wasn't paying attention to what John Duncan and John Reith were doing up in the mountains. And in fact, I realized later that he had not really understood that because he was focused quite naturally on other things. And it was not until several years later that when I was speaking to him about it, over his proverbial glass of whiskey, as he used to do, that he said, "I didn't realize you were doing all that stuff. I mean, you told me and asked me to do various things, and I did them. But I did not have visibility of how that whole thing was working, and I was not focusing on it." And that was quite understandable. So that's what I meant.
Thank you. Now let's look at the composition of this Joint Implementation Committee. If we can go to paragraph 21 of the undertaking, which is 078202. And if we scroll down, so you see at paragraph 20, just to start, the JIC will be chaired by COM K4 and will comprise the senior commanders of K4 and the UCK and a representative from the interim civil administration in Kosovo. And part of the responsibility of the JIC, where you see at paragraph 21, it may be called without prior notice and representation by the UCK, and representation by the UCK is expected at a level appropriate with the rank of the K4 chairman. Its functions will include, at B, the investigation of actual or threatened breaches of this undertaking. This is how the Joint Implementation Commission was designed in the undertaking.
That's correct.
Do you accept that General Jackson, because of his role, was well placed to identify and raise undertaking breaches with the KLA?
His staff were. I mean, he's the overall commander. But, you know, he had, as we saw yesterday, he had specialized criminal investigation teams, and they were providing regular reports and regular investigations. So he had the means to understand or be brought to his attention what was happening if there were breaches. We also had people, I can't remember when they were deployed, but we had people, I can't think of the exact word, it's not seconded, but they were situated in the assembly points to liaise with the KLA. So we had a variety of means of finding out when there were undertaking breaches.
Now, you yourself were not responsible for ensuring the effective implementation of the undertaking.
No, I was not.
And you were also not involved with investigating or recording any allegations of crimes?
No, but I saw the regular reports that came up, of which I think you have copies, which show so many incidents and what was happening and what the understanding was. So I would see very similar things to what he would see as part of my regular gathering of information.
But would you accept that such matters were for General Jackson to take forward and that you weren't looking over his shoulder as he
Very
conducted
much
his work?
the case, yes. I had other concerns. I went back to my day job.
Yes. Now, General Jackson gave evidence that he would raise concerns with Hashim Thaçi and Agim Cheku about detention sites. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
If that's what he said.
Why don't we maybe go to a document? If we can go to P2523, and this would be page SPOE 00000057.
The interpreters kindly ask the speakers to pause between questions and answers.
Guided by the interpreters. So, witness, you can see here on the top, Lieutenant General Sir Mike Jackson. It's got a date of 19 July 1999. And I want to direct you to this entry here where it says, incident at Ponosevac, Sunday, 18 July 1999.
Mm-hmm.
At 19:25 hours, on Sunday, 18 July 1999, what appears to have been a UCK detention center was entered by K4 troops. The center was in a building in Ponosevac, and then it gives a grid reference. The patrol found a redaction who had been badly beaten and was being detained against his will. He was transported to the civilian hospital at Jakovica for treatment. And then it says the K4 patrol arrested 7 uniformed individuals, one of whom was carrying a UCK card. And witness, you also see at the top that this letter is written to Brigadier General A. Cheku. Are you aware of this incident at Ponosevac mentioned by General Jackson?
After so long, not this specific instance specifically, but this is what the undertaking was designed to do. It was to provide a mechanism whereby we could hold them to account for misbehavior. And no one is suggesting that there wasn't misbehavior, but who was ordering it is the question. In this instance, you know, there's no suggestion that General Cheku had ordered it. There's no implication there. He's being asked to account for his men.
Now, witness, you said at the beginning of the answer you weren't familiar with this specific incident specifically. So you don't know anything about the aftermath of the discussion or what happened?
I beg your pardon.
What happened?
After this letter was issued?
Yes.
No, it would have been General Jackson's responsibility to carry that out.
Understood. There are a couple other documents in this regard I wanted to show you just to see if you're familiar with the discussions. If we could now go to P755, and we'll start on page SITF 00172-746. And again, just to orient you, this is a cable.
29 July, yeah.
29 July 1999, correct. And then if we go to SITF 00172-748, you can see there's a discussion with Hashim Thaçi going on at Part D, paramilitary forces. COMK4 said that he was worried about PU elements in black uniforms. He asked who they were. They had no authority to make arrests. It was kidnapping. He was losing confidence and might have to react. Thaçi's answer was evasive. Are you familiar with this exchange between General Jackson and Hashim Thaçi on 29 July?
The specific one, no. Our concerns about the PU, very much so.
Understood. Now, Your Honors, we've actually grouped all of the documents with private session concerns to the end of our cross-examination, and we've hit that point here. So for Rule 107 provider reasons, we would ask to go into private session.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Thank you, Your Honors. We're now in public session.
Go ahead.
I didn't have my earphone in, so I wasn't following. Thank you. Just in light of the last item that was shown to the witness, this wasn't something that came up during direct examination, and I didn't object. It's counsel's right to explore it with the witness. However, as we indicated in our filing F03342, if matters that might be incriminating to Mr. Salimi arise during the cross-examination of the prosecution, which were not elicited during direct, we would apply, based on the accused's right to examine and have examined against him, witnesses against him, we may apply for recross. I need to consult with Mr. Salimi, and I just want to...
Thank you for the notice.
No, thank you.
Yes, we made it quite clear how it was linked to the direct examination. It's perfectly within counsel's right to recross. The only qualification I wanted to give now is we finished with our questions for the witness. There was an MFI document on that representation of the undertaking. If that document is denied admission, what I'm going to do is just to read that into the record and ask for the witness's comment. So if it is denied admission, we may seek leave to ask a very brief further question just to get that on the record.
We'll take that up right after the break. So we will be back at 11:35. We're adjourned till 11:35.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. The current MFI previously referred to will not be admitted. It was a part of a statement. Part of a statement is still a statement. So we will not be admitting it, and I think you said you had an alternative you wanted to explore.
Yes, so we would require an extra few minutes of questioning with the witness.
No problem. Please bring the witness in.
And if while the witness is coming in, page DHT 11903 of the witness's statement can be put on the screen.
We're moving closer, witness, to be having you finish, so I'm sure that's good news.
Mr. President, Your Honour, with all the respect of this court and yourselves, Your Honours, I would like to ask a procedural question because I'm not aware of all the procedures that work. In diplomatic speak, it would be a point of order. So I wonder if I might respectfully ask you such a question?
I can't promise you we'll give you an answer, but go ahead and ask the question.
Thank you very much. Before we closed, I was asked a question by the SPO representative, and I'll be candid, I was so surprised by his line of argumentation that I was immediately at loss for words. He took that as no reply. That was a mistake. I was intending to reply, and I would like to reply if the court would like to hear what my reply would have been. But I'm not sure how procedurally, we do that.
The only reason Judge Mitro was consulting me,
I beg your pardon.
this was in private session, so before you go further, we should be in private session.
That is correct, yes.
And Mr. Helling has a few more questions, and I'll allow him to get to this, what you've brought up, as part of his response.
Thank you.
Or
Thank
not
you for your
response.
indulgence, Mr.
Yeah.
President.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Now, witness, you can see on the screen, we have paragraphs 57 and 58 of your statement again.
Yes.
And just to have it crystal clear on the record, where it says, offered by General Agimcheku on behalf of the UCK and accepted by Lieutenant General Mike Jackson, Commander K4, that is how the undertaking signature block looked on 18 June 1999, correct?
That is how it would have looked. Yes.
Yes. And then offered by Hashim Thaçi, Commander-in-Chief UCK, accepted by Lieutenant General Mike Jackson, Commander K4. That is how the signature block would have looked on 19 June 1999, correct?
The end of 19 June.
Thank you. Your Honors, that satisfies the SPO. We have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as anticipated, I applied to recross the witness simply on the final document shown by Mr. Halling in his cross-examination, and my questions will be no more than 5 minutes.
Does the Thaçi defense have any objection to Mr. Tully going ahead at this point?
Objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, go ahead, Mr. Tully.
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, and for anything in the future, our understanding is that the order of play would be us before the redirecting party, if that's correct. I'll leave that with the panel. But to my questions, witness.
Just to clarify for counsel, although the last document was not requiring private session, everything related to it would.
Just to be sure, maybe let's go to private session.
All right, we will, I agree with that. Go into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
And as by way of introduction, sir, my name is Eric Tully. I'm counsel. Sorry.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you.
Thank you. You were asked yesterday by the prosecutor about the appointment of General Agim Cheku as the commander of the KLA. Do you recall that?
I do.
Now, I would like to... You said at the time, I think, that you couldn't recall who had appointed him. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to show you an interview that General Cheku gave in 2000 to Zeri. If we could please pull that up. It's 1D00243. It's at page 5 of that document, please. And if we can go to the second paragraph, and you see the last sentence. Actually, let's read the question. Zeri, was the procedure for your election as Chief of the General Staff of the KLA done in Kosovo or earlier? And he explains a bit. And then the last sentence says, then we stayed at the General Staff for a few days, and my work was discussed for a long time, and the decision to appoint me Chief of the General Staff of the KLA was made by the entire General Staff, not by one person. Does that refresh your recollection, or do you have any reason to doubt what Agim Cheku has said?
It's a very long time ago. I don't recall, I certainly don't recall seeing this or a translation of it. The reference to the General Staff is intriguing, but we may come back to that. It reflects my impression of what I saw when I was up in Kosovo with the zonal commanders on the 17th and 19th, that they treated him with considerable respect. So the fact that he was essentially appointed by a group of people rather than appointed on top by someone else is reflected here, and that doesn't surprise me at all. It's the relationship and the dynamics between them very much reflect that statement.
Thank you. Now, you were asked questions this morning about the movements of Ramesh Haradinaj.
Yes.
And I just want to clarify your evidence on that. Yesterday you said that Ramesh was present at the meeting on the 17th, correct?
That's correct.
Then you were shown a video, and that is for the record 1D287, which had a shot of you discussing things with Ramesh Haradinaj, and you said that that must have happened on the 19th because it was daylight, and that was the first daylight day that you had negotiations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, if it's right that Mr. Haradinaj is saying that he only stayed for one day, Mr. Haradinaj is wrong, isn't he?
I wasn't sure that that's what was said.
What did you think he said?
From what I saw, he was at the meeting, but then left. And that would indicate why he wasn't in the dinner afterwards. So that it's, strictly speaking, he was there for the meeting and then left, didn't join us for the dinner, which I tried to explain to the prosecution were two different things. So it was correct in what he said. It's also correct in the video. There isn't a contradiction there between the two. So I don't see that there's any real issue there. But maybe you can explain it to me.
The meeting you're talking about, that you think he's talking about, is the meeting on the 17th.
Yes, and he was there for the entire meeting, as far
On
as
the
I recall.
17th.
On the 17th,
And
but
was
not
he-
the dinner.
Not the dinner, and was he also there on the 19th?
Yes, he was.
Thank you. Now I want to move back to this tricky topic of the zone commanders. If we could please bring up the video again, 1D287. And if you could go forward to, oh yeah. All right, let's go forward first to 01.30. Right. If you just pause it there, thanks. Now, you were asked by the prosecutor today you were shown the video, and you were asked to name all of those that you thought were zone commanders, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to, and I just want to try again. The man in civilian clothes sorry. Can we go to the man that's second on the right? I know the shot is poor. Do you know who that man is?
After 26 years, it's very difficult to see from that photograph who he is.
Did you know if he was a zone commander?
As I said, they were not formally presented to us. So I had a briefing on all of them with photographs, but unless NATO is prepared to release that document, which was later, well, it was later compiled into a document, but it was very highly classified, and unless NATO is prepared to reveal that, you know, I can't match this 26 years later, the faces to the names which are in Albanian. I do, however, recognize the one sitting next to Ceku, who was, if I recall, he was quite striking, and he was described as a very independent-minded commander who would be very difficult to deal with. So, yes, I had a briefing on it, but it's 26 years later. They're all Albanian names, and they weren't presented to us. I did have little photograph briefings on them, but it's not possible to tell you 26 years later that, you know, this was definitely a zone commander. I can't do that for you. I'm sorry.
I understand, but just for the record, I need to just ask my questions. And
Sure,
if you
please.
can just say yes or no, and then I will ask you a general question at the end.
Please.
Does the name, 26 years later, Ahmet Isufi mean anything to you?
It rings a bell, but no more than that.
Going back to the man on the far left that you identified, does the name Rahman Rama?
I believe it's him.
Thank you. And did you know if he was a zone commander?
I was told he was.
Then can we move, same picture, sorry. The man on the other side of Ceku, do you know who
It's
he
very
is?
difficult to tell who he might be. The photograph's really not that clear.
Okay, have you, and you don't know if he's a zone commander?
No.
Have you heard, does the name Tahir Sinani mean anything to you?
Again, it's too long ago.
Now, can we move please to 0144. Do you know who this man is?
I don't recall his name.
Do you know if he was a zone commander?
I believe so.
Does the name Shukri Bhuiya mean anything to you?
Yes, that would have been Shukri Bhuiya then.
And do you understand him to have been a zone commander?
That was my understanding.
Now, please, can we go to 3 minutes and 42? So I just need some assistance from my team. Let's move forward. Move forward, sorry, and then come back. Can we go to 4 minutes 45? So I think this is the wrong reference. Really sorry about this, Mr. Witness and Mr. President. I'm just liaising with my team about who these people are.
Could I just offer some commentary?
Maybe not.
All
Can we
right.
just get through my questions?
Please,
That would be
you want.
helpful, and then we can
As you
go
want.
back. Hopefully, my last question will enable you to say what you want to say.
Thank you.
Can we try and go back now again to 0144, please? Oh, was that the one? No. 0342. The man, do you know who the man on the far left is, please?
No, I don't know who that is.
Do you know if he was a zone commander?
I don't know.
Does the name Sadiq Khalid Thiaha mean anything to you?
That rings a bell.
Do you know if he was a deputy zone commander?
I honestly don't know.
Then can you please look at the man with his hand in his face?
That's Remy.
That's Remy. And do you know if he was a zone commander?
He was.
And then who's the man next to...
I don't recognize the others.
No, the one on the other side.
Yes, with a shaven head.
Yes.
That's Ramush.
Thank you. Can we please now go to 0445? No. Okay, thank you. Mr. Witness, the court, Mr. Duncan even, the court is aware that these events were 26 years ago. Is it correct? You just told us that before you attended this, you got a briefing from NATO with everyone's pictures. You didn't?
No, that's not what happened.
Did Sheku, what did you just say at the beginning of this? You said?
I was given a briefing, but perhaps I can explain. That's what I wanted to comment on.
Okay, yes, please do.
Okay, so the individuals of the zone commanders were known to NATO, and NATO was compiling, who they were. When we went into the Barisha Mountains for this 17 June meeting, I was given a series of cards written, so index cards, which had the zonal commanders' names on them, and details of who they were, what profession they held in civil life, had they been in JNA, were they, there were facts about them as personalities, and that's what I was drawing on to identify the dynamics that would happen in that meeting. But it didn't have photographs. They were not introduced to us by General Cheku. He just said, we've got the zone commanders with us. So I wasn't able to say this one is that, as you and the prosecution have been asking me. It wasn't something I was able to do. General Cheku, said to me, I've got my zone commanders here, and some of them were quite vocal. So those that were vocal, I can recall quite easily. I can put the name to the face because I remember them being vocal. Those who just sat there and didn't say anything, I have no idea which ones they were. So that explains why it's difficult for me to actually say this is so-and-so, this is so-and-so, because I didn't have their photographs in the briefing that I was given, and we were not introduced to them by name.
That's very clear, Mr. Duncan. So you have no doubt in your mind that NATO briefed you properly and informed you that all the zone commanders were there, correct?
They didn't brief me.
They gave you these cards. You had no reason to doubt the information in the cards.
None at all.
And you had no reason to doubt what Cheku had said, that he was bringing his zone commanders, and that was who was in the cards.
That's what, yes, I have no reason to doubt that.
And is it the case that 26 years later, and because you have, in part, it's difficult for anyone, but dyslexia and names makes it even more difficult?
That's very true.
Thank you. Now, this morning, you were also... can we take this video down? This morning you were asked questions about Mr. Thaçi's use of the title, Commander-in-Chief, in correspondence about the use of sidearms by senior members of the KLA. Do you recall that question?
I recall that question.
Now, yesterday, at pages 44 to 45 of the real-time transcript, you said that NATO couldn't recognise Hashim Thaçi as the Prime Minister of Kosovo. They wouldn't agree to that. They were not ready to recognise Kosovo itself, and they were certainly not ready to recognise Hashim Thaçi as the leader of Kosovo. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And yesterday, in your evidence, you were referred to paragraph 60 of your statement, where essentially you said that Mr. Thaçi couldn't sign as Prime Minister because NATO and the international community did not recognise the PGOK in that position.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody came up with the title that gave Mr. Thaçi the appearance of legitimacy and authority, and that was Commander-in-Chief. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Now, please can I show you a memo? That is 1D00361. And if we show you the front page first, so you can just see, it's a UN document. And then if we go to the second page, please. It's from Bernard Kouchner, the SRSG. And if we go down, please, on the 5th of October 99. And the heading is Procedures from Handling Written Communications from so-called Government of Kosovo entities. And it says, UNMIC offices at all levels receive written communications from the so-called Government of Kosovo, or and that's in speech marks, and so is, or the interim Government of Kosovo, in speech marks, entities. It has been the policy of the mission to return such letters to the sender without response, since the mission does not want to be put into a position of recognising these entities. This policy does not restrict day-to-day contacts, which UNMIC staff members have with the representatives of the so-called, in speech marks, government entities. Therefore, I would be grateful if this policy would be followed throughout the mission at all levels and by all offices and pillars. It might be useful to quietly inform your local interlocutors of our strict enforcement of this policy so that they might desist from sending such communications. So here, UNMIC is saying they will not accept communications signed by anyone who purports to be part of or in a formal position in the so-called government of Kosovo. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, did NATO have a policy, formal or informal, of not accepting correspondence from people in the provisional government in that capacity, and specifically Hashim Thaçi as Prime Minister?
Not that I'm aware of. This would have been something that should have been handled at operational level, General Jackson's staff. I'm not aware that NATO had such a policy. It certainly should have had such a policy. This is the right policy. Unfortunately, we see a letter coming in from Mr. Thaçi which should not have been received.
And why should NATO have had such a policy?
In order not to breach the Allied position of not recognising the provisional government.
And is the letter you were showed earlier, signed by Mr. Hashim Thaçi, a breach of that Allied position, in effect?
Yes, and moreover, it's a breach of the undertaking, because the undertaking does not give Mr. Thaçi a role, and he should not have been involved in requesting sidearms. It should have been General Ceku. It's very clear that that letter should not have been received and accepted. I do not know what happened to it. I was aware of the incident. It was reported to me that they wanted sidearms, and we agreed the recommendation that they should be given them. How they requested it was never shown to me.
Thank you. Now, can we please move? One further question. Him using the title Commander-in-Chief in that correspondence, did that mean anything to you?
No.
No.
It was completely ultra vires, as you would call it. He should never have signed it. We should never have received it.
And was he at that stage the Commander-in-Chief?
The KLA was demilitarizing. They were bound by the undertaking, not by anything that they dreamt up and calling themselves commanders of chief, etc.
So was this title something dreamt up?
It was redundant.
Thank you. I want to go back to the issue of violence. Actually, no. Yesterday you were asked questions about the origins of the clause in the undertaking about the protection of civilians. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that there was also the problem, which was going to become apparent and became apparent, as we've seen earlier today, was that there would be a very uncertain situation and the forces of the civil power, in this case UNMIC, would not be strong enough to prevent any such revenge attacks or things that we've talked about. And therefore, you know, it was common sense to make sure that we got an undertaking from the KLA that they were not going to be part of this and they were going to refrain from what happened afterwards. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Now, please, can I play you a video of a press conference by Pentagon spokesperson Ken Bacon on the 5th of June, 1999, and the reference is 1D76, please.
The interpreters kindly ask the speakers to pause between questions and answers. Thank you.
to be a very happy place for Serbs when NATO comes in, I don't think Serbs will want to stay there. I think they want to return to Serbia. We don't know how big the Serb minority is there. It's probably about 100,000, could be a little more than that. But as Kosovar Albanians flow back in, our assumption is that many Serbs will probably return to Serbia.
It sounds like you're encouraging the Serbs who now live in Kosovo then to leave.
I'm not encouraging them at all. I'm just stating what we anticipate the facts will be.
Thank you. So the Pentagon was anticipating that these would be the facts. When you said yesterday that the clause was included to ensure that the KLA would refrain from what happened afterwards, were you talking about what Ken Bacon was talking about in the video?
Yes, and I've reflected overnight on how that piece of that paragraph came in, and as far as I can recall, my very first draft of the undertaking had language in it about retaliatory attacks, but then it was part of the discussion with Washington and London that I had expanded that to what then became the draft of that paragraph, with the references to civilians and imprisonment and such like. So yes, is the simple answer to your question.
Thank you. Now I'd like to move back to the question I opened my questions with, about violence in MMB East, and we need to go into private session because of the Rule 107 provider.
In a private session, please.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Please can I bring up exhibit P02516. Now, if you see at the top, Mr. Duncan, this is General Sir Mike Jackson's evidence given in the case of Contich at the High Court in London on the 24th of May 2016.
Your Honors, we didn't show this in cross. Can we inquire how this is within the scope of the cross-examination?
This is related. The prosecutor put at length examples of individual acts of violence committed against Serbs, allegedly by the KLA. And about acts of violence against civilians. He also talked about General Jackson's views in a memo and in reports of a meeting with Mr. Thaçi about the nature. He asked questions about the nature of the violence that was occurring in the summer of 1999. This statement goes to the nature of that violence.
Go ahead. Objections overruled.
Please can I go to two short paragraphs. First to page 121589.
We have the page again.
This is the first one. Is page 16 first, please? Yes, and if we could just stop there. He answers, yes, I had no evidence myself that, and if we skip through a few words, that the KLA institutionally, by policy if you wish, were committing terrorist acts against whomever. I'm not saying that individuals did not do this, but I have no evidence that this was KLA policy. And now, please, can we go on the same document to page 121594, which is page 21 in this document. And if we go down a bit, please. And you see at line 17, General Sir Mike Jackson says, I say I have no evidence that institutionally the KLA adopted a policy of ethnic cleansing of the remaining Serbs. Do you agree with General Sir Mike Jackson's assessment?
On this occasion, I do agree with him.
And finally, to your knowledge, did General Sir Mike Jackson ever report to NATO command that Hashim Thaçi was in any way orchestrating or condoning violence against civilians?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Judge Barta.
Already my turn. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Duncan. Mr. Duncan, the panel has a few more questions for you to shed some more light on some of the issues that you have already addressed in your testimony so far. And my first question is about your professional background as a former British diplomat. You said in your statement to the defense on the 24th of August 2025 at paragraph 4 that you served in Paris and in Khartoum, followed by postings in London, before being posted to Tirana, where you served as the charge d'affaires from 1992 to 1993. Do you recall saying this to the defense?
Yes, indeed.
So how many months were you deployed in Albania during that time?
I think it was about 8 months altogether. I was deployed in June, and I left in the early spring, something like that.
Just for the record, in June 1992 and early spring 1993, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. You also said, that can be found at paragraph 73 of your statement to the defense, that you made several, I think there were 4 visits to Kosovo after the signing of the undertaking. Is that right?
Certainly several, yes, Your Honor.
How long, approximately, were you in Kosovo during these visits, all in all?
As I explained in the redirect, Your Honor, most of these visits were flying in and out visits. So, Sacco had his personal aeroplane, and we would fly in and spend the morning and afternoon and fly back in the evening. So they're very much snapshots. I then went back. I'd have to refer to my notes to give you the exact dates, but I went back on my own for 2 or 3 days. I also flew in with General Rupert Smith when he went. So there were quite a few visits during the course of the following 6 months. The total is difficult to estimate because they were, they would fly in and fly out, so not even a full 24 hours.
So a couple of days, is that fair?
Yes, maybe all in the following 6 months, something like 3 to 4 days total time.
Thank you. Have you been to Kosovo any other times before or after the war, apart from the visits you just mentioned? And if so, when was that, and for how long were you there?
In the following year, so that would be 2000, I went because of a problem that we were having of fighting the last war, that the rule of troops needed to really understand that this was not Bosnia. So all the MNBs were changing, and I went down for a couple of days and gave them a briefing for that. So there was a couple of days. I went mostly to Kosovo 3 or 4 times a year afterwards, something like that. Before I had not been. I'd just flown over the Kosovo border with the ECMM.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to paragraph 13 of your statement, the statement that you gave to the defense in August. That also covers some aspects, some topics you addressed here and discussed with us in court or with the defense and the prosecution. It reads that, or it describes that during the late night discussions in Kumanovo, General Jackson expressed very serious concerns about the lack of a detailed plan for the demilitarization of the UCK/KLA, estimated by that stage to be well over 25,000 armed fighters. My first question, you recall discussing this with the defense? And
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
thank you. Am I right that you were referring to the discussions that led to the Kumanovo or military technical agreement between the International Security Force KFOR and the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia and the Republic of Serbia that was concluded on the 9th of June 1999, is that right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Duncan, yesterday and this is a reference to page 22 of our line 12 of our real-time transcript, yesterday's real-time transcript. You said that at the time of the undertaking, the signing of the undertaking or the negotiation that led to the signing of the undertaking, the KLA had around, you said round about 20,000 fighters. I'd like to ask you if you can answer the question, how many fighters did the KLA have at the time? Around 20,000 or well over 25,000?
Your Honor, it was very difficult to tell. There were various figures flying around, and the NATO figure was between those two. That was roughly 20 to 30,000. I mean, this is a guerrilla army. It's very difficult to say who's part of the structure, who's an individual doing things. It wasn't possible at that time, but there was a figure given, and I'm trying to. This came out of the undertaking. It's only after the undertaking that we were able to get a figure from the KLA as to how many people they had, because these are the people who are going to be part of the demilitarization program, and because it had advantages. There were obviously jobs on offer as a result. There was a phenomena of people saying, "Oh, I'm a member of the KLA as well, so I need to be counted amongst them." So the actual figure, I don't think we've ever really known what it was. It was somewhere in the region of 20 to 30,000 people. The best figure that is, the closest authoritative figure is the one that they gave us when we did the undertaking demilitarization agreement, and they had to say how many people they had.
Thank you. I understand. And that helps.
Thank you.
In paragraph 15 of your statement to the defense, you refer to Chapter 7, Article Roman 1(2)(a) of the March 1999 Rambouillet Interim Agreement that provided to establish a durable cessation of hostilities.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do.
I'd like to know from you, Mr. Duncan, was this goal achieved, and if so, when do you think was this the case, the durable cessation of hostilities in Kosovo?
Hostilities, as in the legal sense of it, Your Honor, I would say was achieved with the final evacuation of the Serb troops and paramilitaries on the 21st of June. The situation after 21st of June was not hostilities, it was civil disturbance, and that's one of the problems that KFOR had, was that they were not, most of them were not trained for civil disturbance. They were trained for hostilities. And that was a major mind shift for most of these units coming in. So I think that's the area that we can say that the legal definition of the end of hostilities occurred on the 21st of June with complete certainty.
Thank you. In paragraph 17, 2 paragraphs further down, in your statement it is said that you told the defense during your interview in August that the self-declared provisional government of Kosovo was not recognized by any country and international body, and in practice had no power to instruct, I quote, armed civilian groups or paramilitaries, unquote, to demobilize or enforce such an instruction. Mr. Duncan, can you explain why you think so? In other words, what is the factual basis for your assumption?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, does this come from UNSCR 1244 you're referring to?
I was referring to paragraph 17 of the transcript or of the summary of your statement, the statement that you signed and gave to the defense, that you gave to the defense in August. You said, I think you repeated it, several times here in the courtroom that the provisional government had no power to instruct anyone.
Yes, I see what you mean.
So I'm asking for the factual basis. That's my point.
Yes, the factual basis was that, I'm trying to answer your question as accurately as I can. It had self-declared as an organization. It had declared numerous bodies, including, as we have seen, defense ministries and the like. But it was not a state. It had no architecture backing up behind these named bodies. So how was this? It was a dichotomy, as I said. That's why I asked about UNSCR. UNSCR talks about the Serbs and gives instructions, etc., to a state with all the architecture of a state, the public service, police forces, justice, I mean, all that sits around the architecture of a state. A self-declared government by a group of individuals is not a state. Neither legally, as no one recognizes it, nor in practice. So that was how I came to the argument that I put in that evidence, that this was a major problem. And the practical problem was that there was nobody to carry out these instructions. I mean, Mr. Thaçi could give an instruction to do things, but what he was doing was urging people. He had no democratic legitimacy. The state that he claimed to represent did not exist. It had been emptied of its public service. It was not recognized by anybody. It had a geographical limit, and that's about all it had. So that was the basis, the factual basis for my declaration in that statement.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Maybe to make my point clearer, ultimately, what happened is that the KLA demobilized within 3 months. Isn't that right?
They did, pretty much, yes.
And we heard recently in this courtroom that this was a kind of, I'm using my words, but I'm not sure whether this word was also used, a world record of an armed force that demobilized, as I said, in world record time. So I wonder, or the panel wonders, how did that go?
How did it happen, or how did? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Without any instructions, leading. So how can it happen that an armed force demobilize within 3 months in record time? I'm quoting a different person now.
Yes.
You have an explanation.
I was aware of the comment. I don't think it's true, but nonetheless, I was aware of the comment. How was it possible? It was possible, as I have tried to explain in my evidence, because the way that the undertaking worked. The undertaking split off the military command structure, which did exist. I mean, it was not a hierarchy, but there was a structure to it because we had the zonal commanders and we had Ajim Ceku, and it split that off from the self-declared political wing. So it was not the political wing who made this happen. It was because we split the military wing off that we were able to harness their aspirations. And what did they want? Various things, because they were a heterogeneous group of people. And that's when I say that I was looking in detail at the aspirations of the zonal commanders and trying to find ways of meeting that, and I think we succeeded, that we were able to get their buy-in to make this happen. Now, there were very difficult steps because parts of that were, as I mentioned, the problem that this is based on a Namibian and Rhodesian settlement, where there was a regular army that these people could go to. So that's what happened to Zandler and Zipra and the Patriotic Front. They went into the regular army, some went into the police, etc. We didn't have a regular army, so we had a major problem with that construct. But nonetheless, that said, the organized part, the only part, realistically, that sat behind the self-declared government was the military wing. And we split that off. We addressed their aspirations. What did they want to do? And they understood that it was in their interest to do it, by and large. And by successfully doing that, we got them to do what we wanted, which was to demobilize, and we did it in 3 months.
Thank you. I think I can follow. I have another question for you. You said yesterday, this is on page 83 of our retrial transcript, that General Cheku was in charge of the demilitarization on the KLA side, the demilitarization process, and reported to General Jackson. Do you remember that you said that yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you know whether General Cheku also reported to anyone from the KLA or the Provisional Government of Kosovo? And if so, to whom did he report?
I do not know what he did, but he was not supposed to be reporting in any way whatsoever to the political wing. That is clear from the undertaking and the terms of the undertaking, and we've seen a fairly egregious example of the political wing trying to reassert control. That is not unexpected. As I also said in my evidence, it was one of the things that surprised me about Mr. Thaçi's approach to the 19th of June discussions, in that he did not appear to understand or appreciate fully what would happen if they signed the undertaking. The military wing would be pulled out of any control that he might have, and he would not be able to use the military wing for political purposes. That was the intent of the undertaking.
But as you just said, you don't know whether Mr. Cheku, General Cheku, reported to anyone.
Only he could tell you that, Your Honor.
Fully understand. Thank you. I'd like to move on to paragraph 21 of your statement, the statement that you gave to the defense. There it is said that on the 10th of June 1999, the day after the Kumanovo Agreement was signed, the United Nations Security Council adopted United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244, and I would like to go back to the Kumanovo Agreement that was signed, as I said, on the 9th of June, and ask you whether you know who negotiated and signed this agreement on behalf of NATO on the one hand, and on behalf of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia and the Republic of Serbia on the other hand.
I know who signed it on the NATO side. It was General Jackson. I do not recall the name of the Serbian military officer who signed it.
But you can recall that it was a military officer on the Serbian side who signed it. Mm-hmm. Would it surprise you if that was General Nebojša Pavković?
No. I do not recall. I mean, it's in the public domain, and it's an agreement whose signature I haven't. The signature block of that agreement, I have to say, I haven't looked at for a very long time. Other parts of it I have looked at, but not the signature block.
Thank you. You're right, it is indeed in the public domain, but it's important, though. My question was whether you know that it was signed by a military
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed,
officer,
Your Honor. Yes, indeed.
not by a politician.
Exactly.
Thank you. And also, in paragraph 21 of your statement, you refer to paragraph 9 of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244 that stated that, I quote, it decides that the responsibilities of the international security presence to be deployed and acting in Kosovo will include demilitarizing the Kosovo Liberation Army and other armed Kosovo Albanian groups as required in another paragraph, paragraph 15 of that resolution. End of quote. I would like to ask you, Mr. Duncan, what other groups were meant here, if you can say?
Certainly the FARC, Your Honor, which was the other main group. It is possible that it was intended also to cover any more smaller irregular forces, and it would make sense for it to do so.
That's exactly where I was heading. Were there any other smaller armed forces, Albanian forces in Kosovo, operating in Kosovo at the time, that is in 1999, in summer or early summer 1999? If you know.
My understanding was that there were what you might call individual village defense groups, which were not structured or part of any organizational structure.
Thank you. And in paragraph 22 of your statement to the defense, one can find a reference to the aforementioned paragraph 15 of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1244 that demanded that the KLA and other armed Kosovo Albanian groups end immediately all offensive actions and comply with the requirements for demilitarization as laid down by the head of the international security presence in consultation with the special representative of the Secretary General, end of quote. Similar question as I've just asked you, were there other armed Kosovo Albanian groups that carried out offensive military actions at the time in early summer 1999, apart from the KLA?
Yeah, I think the answer, Your Honor, is the same. But there were two principal ones. There were the KLA, the FARC, and also small irregular groups, largely local based. But these were very difficult to have any visibility of. But we were aware of their existence, and it's perfectly natural you'd expect that sort of thing to occur.
Do you actually know whether FARC carried out military actions in Kosovo in summer 1999?
At this length of time, Your Honor, I cannot point to any particular actions that they carried out. It would require me to go back and look at the reports from that time.
Oh, it's okay, I fully understand. Maybe one last question before we break for lunch. At paragraph 26, or according to paragraph 26 of your statement to the defense, you said in your interview in August that you had been in, and I quote from this paragraph, in a regular dialogue with your colleagues in London for several months over the need for closer engagement with the Kosovo leadership about post-conflict scenarios. Do you remember that?
That is correct, yes.
I would like to know, Mr. Duncan, who did you think was the Kosovo leadership at the time when you decided, or when you had this dialogue with your colleagues in London?
From recollection, and it is a great pity, Your Honour, that NATO have not been willing to release, and indeed the British government, to release my reports from that period and of the actual undertaking negotiations, because a lot of these questions would be easily answered if you had access to my cables. But so far they have not been either willing or able to do so. So I'll do the best from memory. in that discussion, it was part of a discussion that was going on in NATO, in the North Atlantic Council, around what was the objective. Because we're coming to the end of a war. What is it we're going to do? Are we going to have a UN protectorate? Are we going to, just stabilize the situation, and as the UNSCR actually says, and then allow the Serbs to return? No one could agree what the position was. And in my correspondence with senior colleagues in London, I was saying, you need to focus on this. You must get the political side to focus on what it is they want to do, even if it's an outline, because the military are in a real difficulty because they can't plan for post-ceasefire until they know what you want to do. They can create a condition of peace, but that's not very easy to do, and it will easily deteriorate. So it makes the need for an undertaking even more important. And it was not, and part of that, I urged that they speak to the Kosovo leadership as understood by Rambouillet, so that they needed to talk to Rugova, the LDK, to Mr. Thaçi, to those who had been represented as a cross-section of the leaders of Kosovo-Albanian society. So that's what I had been urging for at least 2 months, for London to do that, and to press their allies to come to some kind of agreement as to what was the outcome we were fighting for. That's what I was doing.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. I think your lunch break is well deserved.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We will break now for lunch. We'll be back at 2:30. Remember not to speak with anyone about your testimony outside the courtroom.
Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, you can escort the witness out of the room. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
Your Honour, before the witness...
Oh, wait, hold on. Yes.
Before the witness comes in, I don't know whether it would assist this witness if various paragraphs of his statement are referred to, then it's brought up on the screen so he can read it at the same time. It's a matter for Your Honours, but given what you know about him.
That's in the interest of time.
We'll continue with questions from Judge Barta.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, Mr. Duncan. I hope you had a pleasant lunch break.
Thank you. I did have just a quick reality check, Your Honour, that I wasn't. Just wanted to double sure that you were asking me about my physical presence in Kosovo post the hostilities. That was the period you were interested in.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, that I just wasn't sure that we were talking about hostilities and then post-hostilities. Post-hostilities, I'd be in touch with my POLAD colleagues like Wendy Gilmore and others, but that represents how often I was there physically. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you very much. My next question, or questions actually, are about paragraph 32 of your statement, where you identified a number of key challenges, among others, the fact that NATO forces would begin deployment on the 12th of June 1999, whereas the Serb, or all Serb forces, were due to have left Kosovo by the 21st of June 1999. Do you remember this?
Yes, indeed.
I would like to ask you, Mr. Duncan, did the Serb forces comply, more or less, with the 21st June deadline?
As far as I was aware, yes. I'm trying to think if there were any problems up on the northern border. There were occasional sort of miscalculations, if I recall, where people got too close to the border and that sort of thing happens. But in any significant way, yes, they complied.
Just for the record, you were referring to the border to Kosovo?
Yes.
Thank you. And so more or less, all Serb forces had left Kosovo by the 21st
they had all
of
left
June
by
1999?
Yes.
Do you know where the Serb forces went? Did they go back to their home barracks somewhere in Serbia, or did they stay close to the border to Kosovo?
I have no recollection of exactly where they went to, but they were compliant, and that was what mattered.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, according to paragraph 41 of your statement to the defense, you told the defense that any suggestion that the KLA/the UCK was a disciplined hierarchical organization under the firm political control was dispelled by General Ceku at your first, as you called it, substantive meeting on the 15th of June 1999, where Mr. Ceku informed you that Mr. Thaçi was currently unavailable, and said that the UCK/KLA political authorities would need to be consulted, and also that he could not negotiate any document without his zonal and regional commanders being present. Do you remember saying this to the defense?
Yes.
Apart from Mr. Thaçi, was there anybody else General Ceku wanted to consult from the political side of the KLA? Did he mention anyone in particular?
Your Honor, he didn't mention anyone else.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to paragraph 50 of your statement, in which you talked about or discussed, according to the document the defense prepared about your interview, the second round of discussions at the KLA headquarters in Kosovo on the 19th of June 1999. You gave evidence about this meeting here in the courtroom as well. And you said, according to this document in front of me, that you were joined by Mr. Thaçi for the first time and Jamie Rubin, the U.S. Assistant Secretary of State, during these discussions. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Could you please explain why that happened? In other words, what was the purpose of Mr. Thaçi's participation in that meeting?
It's, Yes, the Kosovo side invited him, if you like. It was not, we didn't say we want Mr. Thaçi there. We had organized to meet again. In fact, you heard it in the video, General Reith talking about the urgency of meeting. And so when that meeting was agreed, and we had got Mr. Rubin and his American colleagues with us, we went up and there was Mr. Thaçi. We did not have any role in inviting him or saying he should be invited. I mean, it makes sense, as you indicated in your implied in your previous question, that if he was to be consulted, given the time pressures, it was a good thing that he was there. So we had no problem with him being there because the political side had to be consulted. It was even easier if they were actually in the room. They then decided to play all the political cards that they wished to play, but there was, that was why I stopped the meeting, because they were overplaying that, and that was their entire focus, was to put political declarations into the undertaking. So that's how it came about, the sort of genesis of and progress of the discussion and Mr. Thaçi's role in it.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, that brings me to my next question, the comment you just made in relation to the point where you stopped the meeting. As it is said here in paragraph 51 of your statement to the defense, for a private meeting with the key players of the KLA, in which you spelled out the political importance of the undertaking as a, if not the, key step along the path, you said, towards an independent Kosovo. My question is, who did you have, just for the sake of clarification, who did you have this meeting with? Who were the key players you talked to in this private meeting?
Thank you, Your Honor. On our side, it was General Reith, myself, Jamie Rubin, the three of us. And on the Kosovo side, it was General Ceku, Mr. Thaçi, and I believe Mr. Krasniki.
Mr. Jakub Krasniki.
Yes.
Thank you. I believe you already said this earlier today in response to a question by the prosecution, that none of the zonal, as you call them, or regional commanders were present during this private meeting. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct. My intent was to create a situation where we could talk to three people who had been the most active in the discussion, and they could talk to their subordinates on the political and military wings independently. Because to have this discussion that I had with them in a plenary, if you like, could lead to misinterpretation by them. It would give them an opportunity to keep opening up the debate, which is what they kept doing. And in order to not undermine them, I didn't want to undermine their authority. So in order to do that, I asked everyone else to leave. And then we could have a very frank exchange of views, as is often known, in which I was very forceful in saying that this could not continue, and the reasons why it could not continue, and I left it to them to go and talk to their colleagues and subordinates and explain the position.
And thank you. And Mr. Duncan, as you said yesterday, it worked. Everyone left the room apart from the people you just mentioned.
That is correct, Your Honor.
You also said yesterday, I believe in response to a question, again by the prosecution on page 128 of our real-time transcript, that you were not familiar with any internal regulatory document of the KLA. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Let me, Mr. Duncan, nevertheless ask you, are you aware of any provision or rule that required the consultation and or the approval of the regional or operational zone leaders of the KLA before an agreement could be made?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, are we talking about the role of the regional commanders?
Yes, the regional or local commanders, as you called them.
If I've understood your question correctly, I was not aware of any official document that would require their presence. I was working on the basis of our discussions with General Cheku, who said their presence was essential, and I took him at his word.
I understand, and not only the presence of the regional or zonal commanders, but also, or more importantly, a requirement that they have to be consulted or had to be consulted, or their approval had to be sought by
I think
others.
Again, if I've understood you correctly, Your Honor, we're talking here about the difference between consultation and participation. So what General Cheku told me in sum was that the zonal commanders had to participate in the discussion. Secondly, that there had to be consultation with the political wing. There are two different things. One is the participation was essential of regional commanders or zonal commanders, and the political authorities had to be consulted. And that made perfect sense to me. I could understand where he was coming from. I hope that answers the question, Your Honor.
Yes, and maybe I was not clear enough. My question was more whether there was a requirement, a legal requirement, so to speak, a formal requirement to consult the commanders or to get their approval.
Not that I was aware of.
Thank you. Mr. Duncan, I'm afraid I still have one or two more questions about the notorious signature block of the undertaking. But before I do that, I have one other question in relation to what you said on page 55 of our real-time transcript, yesterday's transcript, where you said that you had asked UK Foreign Minister Robin Cook on the 18th of June 1999 to contact Mr. Thaçi, to urge Mr. Thaçi to support the agreement which was or had been negotiated in Kosovo. Do you remember saying this yesterday?
Yes, Your Honor, but I didn't say I. I said we.
That's right. You, I mean, plural.
Yes.
So this is clear. My question is, why was it important? I assume that it was important to you because you, not you personally, contacted UK Foreign Minister Robin Cook to contact Mr. Thaçi. So why was it important that Mr. Thaçi supported the agreement for you?
It's not quite accurate, the first part, and then I'll answer the second part. What I did was I spoke to Prime Minister Tony Blair's office, and they asked Mr. Cook to phone Mr. Thaçi. This was after we had discovered that there was a separate US track going on with discussions between Jamie Rubin and Larry Rossin, I think, in Ljubljana, which he referred to in his evidence. And obviously there was a competing track, and we needed to make sure that that competing track did not interfere with where we were, and that if they were engaging with Mr. Thaçi, we needed to add our voice to whatever they were doing with him, and urge that, they stop their second track and they come back into the main track with us and negotiate. And that may be the thing that prompted him to come over and join in, and which was constructive. But that is the reasoning that caused us to do it, and who we did it with.
Thank you. Now to the signature block. At paragraph 60, and you also said this several times here in this courtroom, It is recorded that Mr. Thaçi could not sign as Prime Minister in his capacity as Prime Minister because NATO and the international community did not recognize the PGOK, the Provisional Government of Kosovo. And this position, what I would like to know from you now is, did Mr. Thaçi actually want to sign the agreement in his capacity as Prime Minister of the Provisional Government of Kosovo?
You're asking a very detailed question on a 13-hour negotiation, non-stop. It's the second longest in my entire career. So I'll try to remember what exactly happened. I recall that, if I remember this correctly, and I'm open to correction from other evidence that you may find, it was put to us that Mr. Thaçi should sign instead of General Ceku. And our response was, if this is what you want, we are prepared to accept that, but we will not accept him in his role as Prime Minister of the Provisional Government, because it will sabotage the entire operation. We will not get anywhere. And then we came to this compromise wording, which we have discussed over the past 2 days.
Thank you. Maybe that helps. The reason why I'm asking is because yesterday on page 99 of our transcript, lines 15 to 17, you said, I quote, "When it was proposed, we made it clear that it could not be signed in his capacity as Prime Minister." So this is why I'm asking who came up with this proposal, whether it was Mr. Thaçi or a different person, or whether you don't know who it was.
For the language of Commander-in-Chief, or the fact that he was to be a signatory?
That he was added, or that he was the one who should sign the
something
agreement.
that came out of the Kosovo side. And it was I think it may help to understand the context. Again, it goes back to your earlier question of why did I stop the negotiations? Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Krasniki, throughout those 13 hours, spent their time trying to amend the declaration, the undertaking. And they kept doing so in a way which was perfectly obvious that what they were trying to do was to influence the document so that it gave implicit recognition. Now, of course, that was a complete no-no. We were not going to agree to that. So each time we went through this discussion, we would have to say, no, we cannot accept this language, and explain why. And this went on interminably until I stopped the negotiations. So with that in the run-up to a proposal from them that he should sign it, you can see the logic of what they were trying to do and what we were trying to do, which was to say, no, we cannot have him as, and you must stop doing these political amendments because they're not going to run and we're not going to accept them, which is very difficult to do because this is still supposed to be a unilateral undertaking from them. And yet we're telling them they can't put what they want in it. So it was an extremely intense and difficult discussion for that period.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. And one last time, am I right in assuming that you still don't recall who came up with the suggestion of adding the Commander-in-Chief UCK edition?
You are correct. I do not remember exactly who it was, but I've tried to explain the genesis of that moment when whoever it was proposed him, and the genesis of the moment of whoever it was came up with that terminology. So that is, I hope, the best I can do in this, after 26 years of explaining how, not of explaining, but 26 years later, explain how we got to that position.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but this proposal came from someone from the KLA side.
From the Kosovo side.
From the Kosovo side. Thank you. One or two brief questions about paragraph 69 of your statement, where you said, and you said similar things in court yesterday, and I believe also today, when you said Mr. Thaçi was something of an enigma to you in paragraph 69. or according to paragraph 69 of your statement to the defense, you told the defense that you found many of Mr. Thaçi's political decisions, or rather lack of them, difficult to understand. I would like to ask you, could you please give us one or two brief examples of Mr. Thaçi's political decisions that you found difficult to understand?
I think it was the lack of them, Your Honour, more than the decisions. I think it's the lack of decisions. If I recall correctly, I briefed General Wesley Clark several times for his meetings with Mr. Thaçi. I'm pretty sure I'm right that they met in the margins of Rambouillet. I could be wrong there because we were not allowed to go to Rambouillet, but I'm pretty sure we had a meeting. He had a meeting. I didn't attend it, but I recall briefing him. Then Mr. Thaçi came down to Shape, and we briefed him there. Subsequently, I briefed General Wesley Clark post the conflict in his meetings, which are recorded in the documents we've seen in private session. And throughout that time, I was constantly briefing him that Mr. Thaçi and the KLA needed to, in some form or other, reconvene the group of people who had been considered representatives of the Kosovar leadership. So the LDK, Rugova, etc., that he needed to work with them. And although they had given places for the LDK, etc., in the supposed self-proclaimed Kosovo government, this didn't seem to turn into a reality. So we kept saying the same thing again and again. And yet politically, it's self-evident that that's what he had to do. And to be telling someone of his stature, as it were, in political terms, we shouldn't have to keep doing that. And if he couldn't do it, he had to explain why he couldn't do it. And he never did explain why he couldn't do it. So this I found very enigmatic, and one has to realize that I had spent my time working with senior politicians. I was a private secretary to one of our ministers for 2 years, so I was extremely used to dealing with senior level politicians and the way they think and the way they reason, and therefore I found him a bit of an enigma.
Thank you. Some more questions about the 3 or 4 or several visits you made to Kosovo that you mentioned at the beginning, and I mentioned at the beginning of the questioning. In July 1999, it is said here in paragraph 74 of your statement, you visited or accompanied the Supreme Allied Commander Europe to Peć and to Kosovska Mitrovica, exactly on the 6th of July 1999, according to your statement to the defense. I'd like to know how long were you in Peć? Was that a day trip?
Yes, Your Honor, it was part of a day trip. So the first part of the day trip, I can't remember the exact order. I'd have to look at the report again. But it was a day trip that went partly to Mitrovica and partly to Peć.
Thank you. You said, and this can be found in paragraph 75 of your statement, that you observed the damage and the wanton destruction of buildings in and around Peć that was appalling, and in the countryside there were large numbers of farm buildings and haystacks that had been systematically destroyed or burned out. And in the town itself, it is said here, in brackets, Albanian private homes and apartment blocks lay in ruins. Do you remember saying this to the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
A simple question from me. How did you know that these homes were in fact Albanian homes? I'm just asking, just to find out what the basis of your
the basis was the type of damage that had been done and how long ago it had occurred. So I could see Serb homes being burnt. They were on fire while I was there. The other properties that had been burnt systematically were from an earlier period. And of course I had seen the reports about what happened in Pech.
Thank you, Mr. Dung. You've just answered my second question. How do you know, or how did you know that Serb homes were burned, as you said? And as I said, you already answered that question. Thank you. So I can move on to paragraph 79 of your statement. And according to that paragraph, you were shown a statement by General Clark, in which General Clark addressed the question of violence in Kosovo. Quoted in Shekuli, dated 14 August 1999, and if I'm not wrong, this exhibit was admitted as Exhibit 1D387, just for the record, our record. And in this document, General Clark is quoted in the following way, namely, this is a reference to General Clark, will not point my finger at the KLA. Their leader has been very cooperative with us at senior levels. End of quote. Mr. Duncan, do you know or do you have any idea to whom General Clark is referring here as the leader of the KLA?
No. A bit of context. It's a statement to the press, which General Clark did often, but he was, how can I put this? He would always turn to me afterwards and say, how did that go? Was that all right? So he was obviously nervous when he spoke to the press, although he did it a lot. And in your press statement, when you're nervous, it's easy to be imprecise. So quite frankly, he was being imprecise. I do not know who he was referring to.
Thank you. In the same document, General Clark, or according to the same document, General Clark explained that in the majority of cases, the violence should be seen as spontaneous, and particularly in the south of Kosovo, the violence is connected to organized crimes. This is what General Clark allegedly said to the press. Or do you remember saying that he said that?
I do remember that, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Mr. Duncan, you said to the defense, according to paragraph 80 of your statement, that you agree with General Clark's assessment. In other words, do you also believe that the violence, particularly in the south of Kosovo, was connected to organized crimes? And if I may ask you why you believe, if that's the case, why do you believe so?
Yes, Your Honor, I do consider that was an accurate statement as far as we were aware, and this was based on the information that we were receiving from KFOR commanders and other sources.
And I think we should move into private session or in the interests of a Rule 107 provider, please.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. I have now some last questions about your preparation session with the defense, the Thaçi defense on the 12th and the 17th of September 2025, so last week, basically. And during your preparation session and also yesterday, I think here in court, you were shown a witness statement by a person named Anthony Quinn from the Royal Military Police made in the High Court in London in 2016. I can see you nodding, so
Yes.
you remember this.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. According to paragraph 14 of the note that was prepared by the defense, by the Thaçi defense about your preparation session, it is said that you were shown at least two paragraphs, more than two paragraphs, but especially two paragraphs, namely paragraphs 17 and 24 of this statement made by Mr. Quinn, and you confirmed that there was no prosecution service in place in Kosovo in summer 1999, I assume.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And that there were also reports from KFOR that indicated that organized criminal groups from Albania were trying to move into Kosovo during the vacuum in the summer of 1999 and were a real problem. This is basically what you just said 5 minutes ago. Can you remember when, according to these reports that you read, this started? In other words, when did the criminal groups, the armed or organized criminal groups from Albania arrived in Kosovo? Was that immediately after the Serb forces had left or later on, if you know?
From memory, they did it as the returning refugees came back, criminal elements or elements of organized crime came back with them. So in that period of the withdrawal of the Serb forces, in came the refugees, but accompanying with them were people from organized crime. That was my understanding.
Thank you. And could I ask you to be a little bit more specific in relation to what kind of organized crimes were or occurred or were committed these days?
These would be, to describe Albanian organized crime, it was a very active group of people. I think at that time they ran something like 40% of the prostitution rings in Western Europe. I mean, they were very active. So anything from drugs to weapons, probably not in this instance prostitution rings, but pretty much across the organized crime spectrum of activity.
Human trafficking as well?
Indeed, human trafficking, definitely.
And were these crimes, maybe it's obvious, but I ask the question anyway, were these crimes directed against a specific group, for example, just the Serbs or just the Roma population or the Albanian population in Kosovo? Was it just directed against anyone?
These are unscrupulous, opportunistic people. So anyone that they can get their hands on or subvert or steal from, they will do it.
So thank you very much, Mr. Duncan, for your patience. These were all my questions.
Judge Metro.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, Mr. Duncan.
Good afternoon.
The bad news for you, Mr. Duncan, is I have some more questions. The good news is most of my questions have been asked already. So there's only about 2 areas I would like to visit somewhat further with you, and I will start with asking the registry to bring up Exhibit P113, please, and specifically page 008559. Thank you. And Mr. Duncan, I'll ask you to look at the bottom of the page. If we could scroll down, thank you, the document. Do you recall being shown this item already by the SPO?
Yes, I believe I saw this earlier today.
And it purports to be a decree number 84-99 dated 28th of April. It's signed by Prime Minister Hashim Thaçi on behalf of the PGOK, and it appoints Mr. Agim Ceku to be Chief of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Do you see that?
Where is this bit about Agim Ceku? Yes, yes, of course, at the bottom.
I think you described it yesterday. It's page 130 of the real-time transcript as, in your view, of course, and in your perception, as something of a bit of propaganda. Is that right?
I'm not necessarily, Your Honor, I'm not sure that propaganda is the way I would describe it. It is a continuation of a narrative by Mr. Thaçi and his colleagues in the political wing for public consumption, that they are in charge and that the KLA is a well-organized organization with very definite structures, and it's an effective professional organization. So it's part of a communication strategy. I think propaganda has a slightly derogatory term, so I wouldn't necessarily use that.
Thank you. And would you accept, and if you need me to refresh your memory, that this function or position that Mr. Ceku is appointed to here, Chief of the General Staff of the KLA, is the same position as he signed his name under in the demilitarization certification that was shown to you this morning. Is that right?
Your Honor, with respect, I think that's possibly a non sequitur. In here we have Mr. Thaçi announcing that Mr. Ceku has been given this position. When we engaged with Mr. Ceku, he did not describe himself as this. So there's obviously a dislink between what Mr. Ceku thought he'd been appointed to and what Mr. Thaçi says he's been appointed to. And I think that, again, points me back to the narrative communication aspect of this particular document. And I recall that I was shown another document in which General Ceku said earlier today that he had been chosen to go to the job of commanding the military wing. And as I say, he didn't use the title that Mr. Thaçi uses here.
We'll make it easier for ourselves. Could the registry bring Exhibit 1D99, please? Do you recall being shown this document earlier today, Mr. Duncan?
Yes, this is the outgoing cable of 21 September.
And if we can scroll it down a little bit so that you have a second to acquaint yourself with it. This is, in effect, you would agree, recorded documents that see the transition of the KLA from the demilitarization process into the KPC. Do you agree?
I'm not sure without seeing the documents, Your Honor. I'm not sure what statements by UCK leadership refers to.
Can we turn the page, please?
Okay, yes, I'm with you now.
The the title here is Statement by Lieutenant General Cecu, Chief of Staff UCK. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we scroll down the page, please, you have two signatures here. On the left, you have one saying Lieutenant General Agim Cecu, Chief of Staff UCK. Do you see that?
I do, and of course I note that in a document dated September, he is calling himself the Chief of Staff.
I'll stop you there.
Sorry. Please go on.
Can you simply confirm at this stage that this is the same function and title that you saw a moment ago, Mr. Cecu being appointed to? Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that?
I see that my defence counsel is wanting the floor, Your Honour.
Your Honour, is it possible for you to ask non-leading questions in your truth-seeking function?
Can you answer the question, please?
Could you put the question to me again, please, Your Honour?
Yes. Is this the same function that Mr. Cecu is signing his name under, the same function as he was appointed to on the 28th of April, 1999, by a decree signed by Mr. Thaçi?
What I can say, Your Honour, is it's the same title.
Thank you. Can we please see Exhibit P3922? And I'll ask the registry to please put the Albanian version as well on the screen. So, Mr. Duncan, it's a two-page document. I'll give you a second to go through the first page, and I'll draw your attention to certain parts, and then we'll go into the second page. I'll give you a moment just to scan through it.
Please move down.
I'll go to the second page in a second, Mr. Duncan. I'll go to the second page in a second, Mr. Duncan. I want to stay on that first page first.
Yes.
Can we go back up, please? Do you remember this afternoon, I think it was, being asked about reporting by Mr. Cecu and who he reported to? Do you recall discussing that?
I do.
So here, simply for the records, you will see this. The subject matter of this document is a combat report. It's dated the 24th of May of 1999. It purports to come from the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff, and it's being addressed to the Defense Minister, Mr. Azem Sula. Do you see that?
I do, Your Honour.
And if we can turn the page, please. And I'll give you again a moment to acquaint yourself, Mr. Duncan. If you need more time, please say so.
I've seen it, thank you.
My first question is, and I think I know the answer to it, but are you acquainted with this particular item?
I have never seen documents like this before.
And would you agree, and phrase it in your own way if you wish, that it purports to report, as the title suggests, a variety of military and operational matters pertaining to combat, correct?
It does indeed, Your Honour.
And it is signed. If we can scroll down, you will see also in the Albanian, by Agim Ceku. Do you agree?
I can see that, and it is what it says, Your Honour.
And would you agree that again, Mr. Ceku signing this document used the same title, Chief of the General Staff, as we saw in the certification document and in the decree of April 1999. Would you agree with that?
I would indeed.
And again, this document comes from a period of time before the undertaking was signed on 21st of June 99, correct?
It does.
But do I understand your evidence of earlier today correctly that this would have been the sort of activity that after the 21st of June of 1999, I'm sorry, would have been regarded as being contrary to the undertaking?
That is also correct, Your Honour.
And would you agree that while your understanding of the decree was that this was a bit, and again, not to put words in your mouth, but was to create impression of a structure as far as Mr. Ceku was concerned, he considered that this was the role under which he was operating at the time. Would you agree with that?
If I may, Your Honour, to me it poses a question. And the question is, why did we never hear about the General Staff, apart from in declarations of, in your words, a propaganda nature, and when we have the undertaking proposal and the first iteration of the signature block, General Ceku does not use this title. I'm well aware that there was such a body as the General Staff. I'll read it in the indictment, created in 1994, I believe. The question to my mind is, what was the function of this body during the period of the conflict? And why did he never mention it to us, nor did we see any evidence, as I can recall, of this body, the General Staff?
And that was my next question for you, Mr. Duncan. Did you ever become, or did you ever get access to the records of the General Staff, be it regulations, decisions, orders, or any such documents?
Not to my knowledge were we aware of that. What we did see was the role of the regional and zonal commanders and the role of General Ceku and the military structure, which he described as being, he was the commander, so that using a different title to this. So what this is purporting to do is not, and how it comes to be, is not entirely clear and was not entirely clear at that time.
And again, no criticism of you. Do you know when Mr. Ceku became a member of the KLA General Staff?
I should know, but I can't remember the exact date. I mean, it is it's a well-known piece of information, but I cannot remember it at this very moment in time when it was.
And do you know who had been holding his position or equivalent position within the General Staff before he?
It was one of the Salimis, was it not? I believe so. As I say, names are not very good for me, but it was one of the people who became a zonal commander and was present at the meetings.
Now I want to go to my second series of questions, sir, and I will just contextualize it for your benefit. You were asked a number of questions in the context of the demilitarization undertaking or agreement and the KLA's chain of command. And I understand your evidence, and again, if there's any misunderstanding or any further clarification you would like to give, please do so. I understood you to be suggesting that reliance for the purpose of implementation of the terms of the undertaking was placed on what you considered to be, to use your terms, the military wing of the KLA. Did I understand that correctly?
Sorry, your microphone stopped at the end of your question.
Apologize. Did I understand it correctly that the assumption that was built into the undertaking was that the chain of command of the so-called military wing of the KLA would be, in effect, implementing the terms of the undertaking?
Yes, Your Honor. Because according to the information that we had, and I think I've tried to explain this perhaps not very well in the past, was that power lay with the zonal commanders and General Cheku. Had our information been different, we would not have approached it in the same way. Had this body, which calls itself the General Staff, been a powerful body which had control and was able to interface with us, that's where we would have gone. But we did not, because, as I say, we did not see any of this. All that we saw of the existence of a General Staff was that it had been created in the past, that there were statements made publicly, but the information that we had, and the reason I went to Tirana and not to Ljubljana, was because we were told that the people to engage with were the General Cheku, and he told us the people I need with me are the zonal commanders. So that's where power lay. Whatever the network of architecture, efficient or non-efficient, might exist, power lay with those people, and that's why we engage with them. I hope that answers your question. It's not too far off track.
Well, we'll see if we can use a document to get a bit further into this, and I'll ask that we go into private session for a second for Rule 107 provider reason.
Your Honours, we're in public session.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Duncan, for your patience.
No problem.
Thank you, Judge Smith. First of all, I'd like to ask about the distinction you've drawn, Mr. Duncan, between the military wing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Judge Gaynor. Is it possible to have a 10-minute comfort break? We usually have one at this time. Or just... We'll go ahead.
Was there any documentary basis for the distinction you drew between the military wing and the political wing of the KLA?
I'm sorry, I don't quite follow your question.
In your evidence, you've referred repeatedly to the military wing of the KLA and the political wing of the KLA. Those terms don't appear anywhere, for example, in the demilitarization undertaking. What was it that made you believe that there was a clear division between the military wing and the political wing?
Sorry if you got the impression that I implied there was a clear division. What I was suggesting was that there was that they had separate roles. Were they connected? Yes, of course they were connected. But I didn't say they were completely separate bodies. How can I express this clearly enough? It was difficult to distinguish between those who had been active in operations on the ground and then chose to be in a political function. So how do you distinguish and say they're clearly drawn lines? So there aren't clearly drawn lines, but they are carrying out different functions. And that is the best way I can express it, is that there is a political wing and a military wing. It's very common in guerrilla organizations to have that sort of distinction, that people who cut their teeth or earn their spurs are people who have been right in the beginning, involved in operations, and then move on to a more political role. So it's not as clear a distinction as your question implied to me just now.
And when you met around the 19th of June 1999, what you described as the key players, on the KLA side you met Cheku, Hashim Thaçi, and Jakub Krasniqi. So there, for example, can you tell me who was in the political wing and who was in the military wing out of Cheku, Krasniqi, and Thaçi?
Cheku was, Your Honor, Cheku was the head of the military wing to all intents and purposes, whereas Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Krasniqi were carrying out a political function.
And to go back to your earlier answer, did you see that as a clear division, or could you accept that there's overlap in their functions?
I think it's an important question of context. In everything that I saw during that undertaking negotiation, Mr. Krasniqi and Mr. Thaçi never went into military matters. On no occasion did I ever see that. What I did see them do is talk about political issues. Equally, Mr. Cheku only talked about military matters and did not talk about political matters. So there is a practical distinction between what they were doing and what roles they carried out.
Now, you said that on the 19th of June 1999, Thaçi and James Rubin arrived by helicopter. And
I beg your pardon, Your Honor. I did not say they arrived. I beg your pardon. Were you talking about the 19th or the 17th?
Please correct me if I've got it wrong. I thought it was the 19th of June 1999. You said they arrived by helicopter.
Thank you for that clarification. I was rather struck by the document that we saw earlier today, which said Mr. Thaçi arrived by helicopter. I do not recall Mr. Thaçi arriving by helicopter, but maybe my memory is playing tricks, but I certainly don't remember that.
What date did Thaçi and Rubin show up?
Mr. Rubin arrived by helicopter with us. Mr. Thaçi was already in position, as I recall it.
Very well. Now, on the 19th of June 1999, that's the same day that Cheku's name was replaced by Thaçi's name on the signature block of the draft demilitarization agreement. And you've told us that this was proposed by the KLA side, but you don't recall who exactly it was. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honour.
Now, the text of the demilitarization agreement itself refers several times to the UCK Chief of General Staff. It refers at least 4 times to that expression. But not once does it refer to Commander-in-Chief UCK, except for the signature block, obviously. Now, given that that is the case, did anyone in NATO object to this sudden replacement of the signatory for the KLA of Hashim Thaçi as Commander-in-Chief UCK?
Beg your pardon, do they object to him being placed as the person who signs?
Yes, did they object to the replacement of Cheku with Thaçi?
Not on the 19th because they didn't know. On the 20th, it is quite possible that they did, Your Honour, but I would not know because I did not see the record of the discussions at the North Atlantic Council. I received telephone readouts of what was happening.
But certainly these drafts which you were sending back and forth, they were informed that that was the change in the signature block for the KLA side, were they not?
Your Honour, they could see it. The first time that the North Atlantic Council saw the document in detail was on the 20th of June.
Very well. So did any of the zone commanders or any of the other KLA personnel present at the negotiations object to the replacement of Cheku's name with Thaçi's name?
Not that I recall, Your Honour.
So am I right in understanding that everyone there was very keen to reach an undertaking which would in fact be observed by the KLA?
I'm not sure I understand the sense of your question. Everyone present, Your Honour?
Let me go at a different direction. Would you agree that asking a liberation army to demilitarize is one of the most sensitive aspects of any peace process?
Yeah, absolutely, Your Honour.
And no responsible commander is going to demilitarize if they believe that their forces are going to come under attack shortly afterwards.
That's correct, yes.
So am I right in understanding that it was good practice for the KLA leadership to fully consult with the zone commanders who were in charge of the troops on the ground to get their full consent to the demilitarization agreement?
That would be an assumption that would require that this was, as we have tried to describe it, not an organization which was hierarchical, where people do what they're told, but an organization which had more complex power structures than is often attributed to them.
Going back to the replacement of Thaçi as the signatory, does it make sense that those present understood that Hashim Thaçi was more likely to be able to ensure KLA compliance with the agreement than Agim Cheku?
Our understanding was, and it goes back to our discussion with your colleague, that power lay in 2 places. The power on the military side, if you don't want to call it military wing, fine. On the military side, those engaged in carrying out the fight on the ground, that power lay a split between Agim Cheku and the zone commanders. That was our understanding. That's what I was advised, and I've told you why I was advised that and by whom. So I trusted that judgment. Mr. Thaçi was their request that he be put in as the signatory.
So the zone commanders wanted Thaçi to sign the agreement on behalf of the KLA?
It didn't come out of the zone commanders. It came out of the interlocutors who, as I described, we described them as key people, but they were the people who were most vocal in the discussions during that day. They were General Cheku, Mr. Thaçi, and Mr. Krasniki.
But to your knowledge, the zone commanders were supportive of Thaçi being the signatory.
They did not object.
Now, I want to move towards your general evidence that there was very little command and control within the KLA. And if I've misrepresented your position, please do correct me, of course. It seems that the text of the demilitarization assumes that the KLA did in fact have command and control. For example, paragraph 9, and this is P01444, perhaps Madam Court Officer could bring it up in English and Albanian. But I'll read out the relevant section. It says, the UCK Chief of General Staff undertakes to issue clear and precise instructions to all units and personnel under his command to ensure contact with the FRY forces is avoided and to comply fully with the arrangements for bringing this undertaking into effect. Now, am I right in understanding that that provision assumes that there is command and control within the KLA itself?
It's a similar question, Your Honour, to what you've just asked me, but a slightly different aspect of it. The person called the Chief of the General Staff is General Cheku. Anyway, we can come back to that. It's General Cheku is the person who has command and control. And as we've discussed, I understand that there is a legal definition in the international court system for command and control. It's not necessarily how NATO understands it. So in the way NATO understands it, it's more often that you have command. You issue commands, but the person who carries it out has to have command and control. So this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about is what happened when the Russians went to Pristina. This is an easy way to explain it. So General, and I was there throughout the whole day when this happened. I was listening to all the conversations that happened between the two of them. General Clark had command, and he issued a command to General Jackson. General Jackson had command and control. General Wesley Clark did not have control because there was the possibility of the red card, as it was called, and the national could say, no, this is out of your control. So that's how it happened, that they had this impasse between someone who had the command authority but not the complete control authority. So there are things that, in a military context as we understood it, the person who had command and control in this organization was Ajim Cheku. Mr. Thaçi had command, but not necessarily control. He could issue instructions, but could he ensure that they were carried out? That was not our understanding. But this was our understanding at the time, and it's the way that we thought about it.
Well, if it was your position that Ajim Cheku had command and control, but Thaçi didn't, why then didn't you insist that Ajim Cheku remain on the signature block?
For reasons of getting them to agree. Because I was confident that we had done a negotiation with all those who were where the power lay, as I was describing to your colleague. Where did the power lie? All those people who had the power, both command and control in theoretical terms, if you want to describe it like that, but they had the power to make sure this happened. And they were honor bound, as Albanians think, very much it's their way of thinking, to carry it out. Not only that, but they had a particular interest in doing this because of their aspiration to be the future army of Kosovo. So by agreeing to this, they had absolutely down the cascade an interest in abiding by this. The end result of that understanding was, if they wished to have Mr. Thaçi sign it, that wasn't a problem, unless he put his name as the Prime Minister. Because the reason this would work, and the reason it did work, was because General Cecu and his zonal commanders, as we say, bought into this process. They had every reason to agree with it, and they wanted it to happen. So I hope that it's just not too complicated a way of explaining it, but that's the way we saw it. The way I saw it, since I drafted the thing.
So apart from the prohibition on detaining civilians in Kosovo, which I think we know from other evidence was not observed, this was largely a successful demilitarization agreement. Is that your position?
I think the evidence shows that it was largely successful, and it met both our objectives. It kept kept them with a prospect of having an army of which they would be part, and it made sure that they remained under control from our perspective. They did not end up as insurgents fighting against us. So from both perspectives, it met our objectives.
So then, if I can just ask one final question, given that this concerned the demilitarization of a force which you believe to be between 25,000 and 30,000 soldiers, and it was signed by Hashim Thaçi as Commander-in-Chief UCK, does it not follow that Hashim Thaçi did, in fact, exercise effective command and control over the UCK for the purpose of this agreement?
No, because it was comprehensive. It was not top-down. It was a comprehensive buy-in agreement. That's what I've just tried to explain. I'm sorry if I haven't explained it well enough. Because all the actors in the process had an interest. It was not because he had command and control, it's because they had an interest to make it happen. Yeah. All of them. And so that's not a command and control issue. It's a diplomatic issue about how do you get people to agree. If you get everybody to buy into it, it doesn't matter if the top man tells them, because everybody agrees to do it. So the issue of command and control is not the answer to how this worked.
Thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
No further questions.
We're going to take a break now. We'll take a 10-minute break now.
Thank you.
Just want to quickly go around. Don't know whether we can finish today or not. Prosecution have questions, follow-up questions?
Nothing further.
Yes, we have a couple. 15 minutes.
Yes, Your Honour, we have a few as well, 5 to 7 minutes.
Nothing from us, Your Honour. Thank you.
5, possibly 7.
I want you to be aware of the fact that the witness is looking tired, and I don't blame him. So try to keep it to a minimum. I'm not cutting anybody off, but I appreciate your estimates. So let's take a short break and then finish this up.
All rise.
We'll call you back to the courtroom when we're ready.
All rise.
Be seated. You can bring the witness in. Mr. Duncan, you've been worked pretty hard today. We're going to try to get you out of here today so it's finished, so bear with us. We've got about a half hour left to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you take it?
I fear we are almost in a situation with diplomats and lawyers talking past each other, and I'm sorry if my frustration with that process shows at times, but it is, yeah, we'll try for another half hour and resolve our differences.
All right, Ms. Tavicoli will have a few questions. These questions are to follow up on the judge's questions.
Yes.
That's all. They're not going over everything again, just following up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duncan.
Good afternoon again.
You were asked a question by Judge Bartha about whether or not...
I'm listening.
I'm just waiting for the transcript. FARC, you knew whether, or you could recall, whether or not FARC carried out any military actions in Kosovo in the summer of 1999. Do you remember that?
I remember the question.
And you said that you couldn't recall, given the passage of time, and you'd have to go back and look at your reports. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Now, please, could I bring up on the screen 1D236? If you could take a look at this, please, Mr. Duncan. Oh, sorry, we need to be in private session.
Into private session, please.
What about the next section?
Your Honour, we're in public session.
Now, I want to turn to some questions you were asked by Judge Matreau. Firstly, you were asked about a decree, something purporting to be a decree, number 8499, dated the 28th of April, signed by Prime Minister Hashim Thaçi. Please could we bring that up on the screen? It's P00113. Page number 3, please. And Judge Matreau, if you can just please go down, Madam Court Officer, thank you, told you that it's signed by Prime Minister Hashim Thaçi. It told you that it appoints Agim Ceku to be Chief of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Can you see that?
Yes.
Thank you. That can come down. And then, shortly thereafter, Judge Matreau invited you to confirm that Agim Ceku signed the demilitarization agreement, demilitarization certification, in the same position, specifically Chief of the General Staff of the KLA. Do you recall that question?
I recall that question.
Please, can we now pull up 1D99? At page 2. Now, this is the demilitarization certification, correct?
Yes.
Can we please go down to the signature?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can see here that Agim Ceku, well, what has Agim Ceku signed his name as here, please?
As Chief of Staff, not Chief of General Staff.
Is the position Chief of Staff the same or different to Chief of the General Staff of the KLA in your world, NATO terminology?
In military terminology, they are quite different.
Please, can you explain the difference?
A Chief of Staff is an administrative officer. So in NATO headquarters, you have the Strategic Allied Commander, his deputy, the Deputy Strategic Allied Commander, and you have the Chief of Staff. They are three separate four-star officers. The Chief of Staff is the one who runs the headquarters. So it's an administrative role. Chief of General Staff is a military role concerned with strategic military matters. It's not a matter of administration, it's a matter of how you carry out. It's a command position, if you want.
Ms. Tavakoli, are you suggesting that this is a different position? Because if that is the case, a Chief of Staff operates, as I understand the evidence of Mr. Duncan, he's correct in my understanding, there is a commander to whom there is a Chief of Staff. Is that your position?
If I may consult. Your Honour, when we submit our final brief and our our final argument, we will confirm our case. I have no further questions at this time for this witness.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Your Honours. Mr. Duncan, I have only a few more questions as well arising from the judge's questions. The first is in relation to a question that was put by Judge Barter right at the beginning of his questions. You were asked about the factual basis for the position that the provisional government had no power to instruct anyone in the process going forward from the undertaking. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said, yes, the factual basis was that, and this is on page 93, I'm trying to answer your question as accurately as I can. It had self-declared as an organization. It had declared numerous bodies, including, as we have seen, defense ministries and the like. But it was not a state. It had no architecture backing up behind these named bodies. Do you remember saying that early on?
Yes.
Now, it's right, isn't it, that when you talk here about numerous bodies being self-declared, there was the Defence Ministry, or Minister of Defence that you've referred to. There were a number of others as well, and I want to understand the factual basis that you're putting forward. There was also a Minister of Kosovo Intelligence Service.
Yeah, I believe so.
And there was also a Minister of Public Order.
Yes.
And a Minister of Justice.
Yes.
There were a number of these self-proclaimed bodies.
That is my understanding.
And in respect of, in particular, the Minister of Kosovo Intelligence Service, it's correct, looking at your factual basis, that that minister, that body, had no practical ability to take any steps following on from the undertaking in relation to demilitarization and related matters?
That is my understanding. In order to explain my understanding and perhaps to give a clearer answer to the questions from the panel.
Yes.
I wonder if we might go into private session, Mr. President.
I'm happy to do that. Yes, I've asked the factual basis and I've got the answer. The witness wants to provide a further explanation, which I'm happy to hear. I don't think he should be cut off.
Into private session, please.
We do still have time, I think, to finish everything, Your Honours.
It's not a question of time, it's a question of who's going to be asking questions and who's going to be answering. It sounds like it's
Well, the witness is going to answer my question with a further comment.
Yes, to remain with respect within your, yes, I have it, within your, beg your pardon.
Johannes Brenner in public session.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Duncan, just to confirm then where I started out on this, when I mentioned the Minister of Kosovo Intelligence Service, it's correct, as you said in answer to Judge Barter's question, that where you said it had no architecture backing up these named bodies, that would have applied equally to the Kosovo Intelligence Service.
There was a Kosovo, part of the KLA, which was concerned with gathering intelligence and quote, police functions. But it was active, but of limited geographical spread as we understood it. But it was active.
And where you say it was of a limited geographical spread, do you mean that it was operating in pockets of Kosovo, but not everywhere?
I don't think we had that degree of precision of what it was doing.
And from your understanding at the time, it's right, isn't it, that it didn't have any centralized command structure operating in those limited geographical areas? Is that right?
We had limited, I mean, it's the nature of such organizations that they're not very visible. It is why it caused us concern. So we had limited knowledge of how widespread it was, but we believed it to be relatively limited.
Yes, thank you. And just so I can confirm the time period, that's in 1998 going into 1999?
Yes, from my recollection.
The minister or ministry of the Kosovo Intelligence Service that I mentioned earlier, that this would have been now when we're talking about...
Could the speakers kindly slow down and pause between answer and question for the purposes of interpretation? Thank you very much.
As you know, we've brought it up to now the time of the undertaking in June 1999. That ministry didn't exist in any real term. There was no architecture behind it at that time. Is that right?
Objection asked and answered.
Correct.
Overruled. Go ahead. Finish it up.
I think I got the answer, which that would be correct. That's your answer, is it?
Not correct.
Sorry.
But there was an active intelligence function within the KLA architecture.
But I'm talking about now in June 1999, when the provisional government was formed, when we are talking here about the civilian Kosovo Intelligence Service. Had that been formed in any meaningful way at that time, as far as you knew?
In June 1999?
Yes.
I would say that from our understanding, whether it was civilian or military, it was a self-standing intelligence service.
Yes, so I'm talking about a civilian intelligence service. Do you know whether such a service was in existence at that time, from what you knew?
I don't think we could distinguish between the two. It was an intelligence service.
Yes. Thank you. I'm now going to go to one final topic, Your Honours, and then I will be finished, Mr. Duncan. And that's regarding a question that was asked by His Honour Judge Metro. And the question was in relation to the point you had made, which you've reiterated again, about where the power lay in the KLA and it not lying in the General Staff as a collective. And I wanted to just ask you, put a question by Judge Metro about whether or not you ever had access to records of the General Staff, be it regulations, decisions, orders, or any documents. This was at page 27. And you said, we, not to my knowledge, were aware of that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is it right that getting access to such documents wasn't relevant to your assessment at the time about what was practically happening? You assessed that on the basis of information that you had, that you've given to us, we don't need to go into that, and then acted on what you saw as you undertook your tasks on the ground?
I'm not sure that I follow your question. Could you be a bit more precise?
Yes, perhaps it was the way I formulated it. My question is like this. I'm putting to you that it wasn't relevant to you at the time to get access to particular documents that the general staff might have put out. What you had was information that you've described, and you needed to get a job done. And based on those realities, you formed your view.
It would have been relevant had I seen them, but I didn't see any. I did not see such documents that he, as mentioned by His Honour. So it's not really a question of relevance. I didn't see them. Had I seen them, it would have been relevant, but
Yes.
I didn't see them.
Did you ask for any of those documents at the time?
I asked for all information that we had on the Kosovo Liberation Army.
But it's right, isn't it, that you formed your view, and it wasn't only your view, it was the views of others, based on the realities that you encountered, who you had to deal with, how you had to get your job done.
That's one way of putting it.
Yes. And your view was that power didn't lie with the general staff as a collective. That was based on all the information that you had at the time and your work at the time.
That I really can't say more than I said in private session on this matter.
Yes, we have that, and we'll refer back to that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Those are my questions. Thank you, Your
Thank you.
Mr. Tully.
We haven't had a change of heart in the last 20 minutes.
Mr. Ellis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honour. Two questions, I think, a couple of questions. Mr. Duncan, I just want to go, I hope, a final time back to the questions you were asked and answered at page 106 and 107 of the provisional transcript, which was about the 19th of June, when you had the smaller group negotiation, at which you've identified General Ceku, Hashim Thaçi, and Jakub Krasniqi. And you said on page 107 of the transcript that at that meeting, I was very forceful in saying that, this could not continue and the reasons why it could not continue, and I left it to them to go and talk to their colleagues and subordinates and explain the position. And you've explained in the course of your answers to, I think, all of the judges, the difference that you perceive between the political wing and the military wing. Mm-hmm. It's right, isn't it, that you were expecting General Ceku to go and speak to his military subordinates and colleagues, and Jakub Krasniqi to go to speak to his colleagues in the political wing after that meeting?
That's correct, and of course Mr. Thaçi I would expect him to do the same thing.
Thank you. And on the military side, that is in fact what you observed happening, because you saw General Ceku talking the zone commanders through a diagram that you had given him, correct?
I believe the video shows part of that. I may be mistaken, but that's what happened.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for sharing your information with us and for being patient getting through these 2 days. We appreciate all of that and wish you well in the future.
Thank you.
You may leave the courtroom now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your patience also and for getting through this. I think it was important to get this witness on his way. I think he'd been through enough. Thank you all for being here. We'll see you next Monday at 9 a.m. with 2 new witnesses.
All rise.